this time I'm going to introduce those two individuals that I mentioned, Jody Archambault and Nick Tilson. So if you're here, still here, you can come up here and take over. But don't tell jokes because these guys are serious. All these people are serious. I told a joke, but they only let one of them laugh. And you know why they call the Oglalas wild Oglalas? Anybody know? The government can't control them.
Hamadaki, Meditilson, and Machiapi, Chanteo Ashtinaka Chuzapalo. Each and every one of you. My name is Nick Tilson. I'm a Oglala Lakota. I'm one of the ones the government can't control. And my mother is Joanne Tall, Janice. I come from the Iyukhbe, Pioshbai. And my father's Mark Tilson. He's Jewish. He's a Jewish English guy. And today I just come here before you as an organizer that's trying to do something good for our people, to fight for our Black Hills, and to report back on the work that we've been working on.
Hamadaki, Chanteo Ashtinaka Chuzapi, Jody Archambault, Machiapi. My name is Jody Archambault, and I'm Hukpapa and Oglala. My parents are Dave and Betty Archambault. They're here. My mom's a wild Oglala. You can ask my dad. And my Lekshi Rick, her brother, is also here. When I recognize them, they did a lot to shape the way that I think and who I am. I grew up on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in the community of Pejutahaka, and a couple of my tweets are over there, and then moved to North Dakota where my father is from. He's from Papa, and we have some Dakota in us as well. Just here to talk in a humble way about the history of this, and we won't take much of your time, but
my name is Crystal Tubos. I'm Oglala Lakota, Northern Cheyenne. My parents are Lynette Tubos and Philip Whiteman Jr., and I come from Matt and Nellie Tubos. And like Jody, I was raised in Pine Ridge, for the first half of my life and the second half of my life, and currently on the Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana. But here to just also add a little bit to the timeline and the story of what brings us here today.
Before we share that, I wanna say something to get it out of the way right now, just to make sure that people know why we're here and what we're here not to talk about. And the first thing I want to say is that the Black Hills are not for sale. And that this meeting is not about the Black Hills claim. This meeting is not about accepting that money. And if you came here for that reason, as if Jamie Kosh was fighting for the Black Hills, then you could leave. Because that's not why we were here, why we brought the people together. That's not why we sacrificed to get to this point. And so I wanted to say that right away, because what I noticed as we began to do this work, anytime you do something good, there's always the wrenches that come. And I'm used to that, I know that. But that wrench in particular is one that I wanted to make sure that everybody here, and I know that there's some people online, are they listening to us? is that to make it clear of what this meeting is not about. Because Misha, I would never attend a meeting if that's what it was about. And because my family reminded me that coming from the Iuchpe, we didn't even sign the treaties. We were non-treaty signers. And so I wanted to say that because that has been the intent since the very beginning of what inspired this work to move forward. We came together to try to make a way to get our land back. And that's what's been the inspiration and the driving us forward. And so I just wanted to say that at this time, and then before I hand it over to Jody, and also say that from the meetings that we had, a lot of people said they wanted us to record these conversations because some people couldn't be here in person. And so some people, especially elders, reached out to us, asked us to put this on the internet, and they asked us to record these conversations. And so that's what all of this fancy equipment is, and all of the good people running it is. The other thing is that in those conversations in these past meetings, people had asked that we're losing people as we look around this circle of people who were here last year and the year before who aren't here now, who care about the Hisapa, who care about the struggle for the Black Hills, and that we're losing some of those stories and lived experience that some of our relatives have. And so we have a comms team that had set up, I think through those doors, and to take interviews from folks in this room who want to share Woksop, who want to share knowledge about their understanding of the Black Hills. And we don't even know, I guess, what we're going to do with it yet, but it's to capture some of these things. And so I wanted to share that out because we constantly, as we're doing this, responding to different requests as we have these meetings that people have reached out to us. And so I wanted to explain that. And then just lastly, I think, and this is something that's probably true for a lot of us in here, had grown up as a boy coming to these kind of meetings, coming to the treaty meetings, going to the resistance camps, being a part of this struggle is a part of who I am entirely, along with many of the people in this room. And so I wanted to share that much and pass it over to Jody.
I just wanted to give a brief background of what my role has been in this recent push to try to do something about the Black Hills. And I think that it's important to say, I'm just a WIA. I don't have a role. I don't work for Indian Collective. I don't have an organizational role. I have a job that's separate, but I'm just doing this because I care about our land. It's something that I grew up with. My whole upbringing. Go to any public event, and you'd see people talking about it. I grew up from I was born in 1969, and we were in Kyle when people were talking about the Supreme Court case and everything, and it was always the top line message. Like if people were talking about organizing a campaign or anything, like the thing that I heard over and over again was the Black Hills are not for sale. Never sell your grandmother. And I know that there's organizers that are still around, Let She Bill, Means, and others, Dewey, Phyllis, Young, other people, the Black, the Red Clouds. Like a lot of people have been always saying this throughout my life, and And that, when I was growing up then, there was a lot of the language that was still being spoken in public spaces. It was mostly the Lakota language. And so this is something that just, you know, in my lifetime, I've been trying to understand what that means. And as I went to school, I went to college, I studied, you know, our people and the way that we used to govern. I studied the whole thing with the Black Hills. And as a student in a Washington institution, there's a lot of books written, but then I also talk to elders. And so in this way, you know, things start to come to you when you're older. And I think like I just had a feeling, and I also had a dream, but you know, I don't need to tell the dream, but I had a feeling that I had to do something. And it was after the Keystone, or when Trump came and there was a resistance in the Black Hills, and I started talking to Wizipa Little Elk, and I started talking to him about, you know, like, what are we going to do? Because at some point there has to be a responsibility that you can just look to other people to do something about it. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And he was having similar spiritual things happen. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And so we just started meeting on the solstices and the equinoxes. And our first meeting was on winter solstice in 2021. Was it 2020? It was, the pandemic was on, and we were going to ask for spiritual guidance from a couple of different people. And we didn't ask them because there was no public gathering, but we started meeting, and we met every one of those times, and we just did it like in a humble way. We just came together, no budget, no nothing, and we asked Nick to be a part of it, and then we asked my brother Dave. But it really was just like, what are we going to do? So we came together and we talked about you know, the how, because it's not a question of whether or not we should. Like, everybody should be doing this. Everybody should be thinking about how we're going to get our Black Hills back. That's not the question. The question is, how are we going to do it? And we started talking about, you know, Dave was a chairman. We talked about the, you know, traditional ways, but we also mostly just talked about like all the different kind of questions, like, what if we got this back? What if we got the Black Hills back? What's the jurisdiction gonna look like? What's the governing body gonna look like? Who's gonna do this? Who's gonna be responsible for that? So just practical questions about taking care of Hesapa. And it was just, you know, it was like, not that we had any answers, just asking a lot of questions and saying what, you know, like, what does sovereignty mean? What does it mean? You know, those kinds of things are, we're at the philosophical part of the discussion. And knowing that we don't have all the answers, and we're, you know, I'm kind of like, I'm a grandma, but then I always feel like I'm young. I mean, just because I don't have the kind of knowledge that a lot of people in here have. And I don't pretend like I do. And you know, I might have a lot of understanding of how other tribes have done land back, how they've completed and gotten land back from the government. Because I was in the White House, I did meet with hundreds and hundreds of tribes, and I did see how they organized themselves to get their land back. So that's the only experience I have. But in terms of like the spiritual, the language, I don't speak the language. I don't speak my Lakota language. I'm learning. I want to learn, and I'm also very humbled to be with the people that we've been just trying to do this in a good way, and also really open. Like, this is, I have no ownership, and I don't think anybody else does, and we just want to do it in a way that would be helpful. And I think we're going to talk about when you ask for help, then it's important to follow those teachings, and we're going to do our best to do that here. And we're not. The history of this really is about just some people talking and wanting to make a push. Like it's not, the how isn't figured out yet. So we met, and then we started bringing in more people after COVID started subsiding, and the vaccines started coming online, and that's when Indian Collective became a more official part of the work that we were doing. We still attended meetings on a quarterly basis, and but the gatherings started happening. And so I'll turn it over to Nick to talk about, or to Crystal? Okay.
So after Indian Collective started getting involved, I'm the director of the Land Back campaign with Indian Collective, and so it's my team and our job and commitment to really support nations and to create the conditions for our peoples to reclaim lands. And most importantly, to reclaim our relationship to land. And so for us, that's what we've been working on for the last 2.5 years since the 4th of July, our 3rd of July action that we were a part of. And so from that day forward, we had a commitment to that. And we had been organizing in that way and trying to find every which way. And honestly, it was just learning, because our people have been reclaiming land since the first settlers got here. We've been fighting to reclaim our land and protect it. And so as we were doing that, Jody had introduced that, and then Nick brought me into the meetings, and we got our teams into the meetings and started to think of, brainstorm about how we actually do this. Yes, we want our land back, but what are the actual steps? And then when we get there, because we will, what does that look like? Who's going to be doing all the work? Who's going to manage the land? Who's going to be out there physically there? And so we started talking about all of those things and all of these steps. And in that process too, we had a commitment to really learning and reaching out to as many people as we could. My team and I would have monthly calls with different elders and reach out, and we're still doing that practice. That way we could learn what has already been done, because so much work has already been done. And that was our intention, was to make sure that we're bringing the people into this process, and that we're asking questions of them and taking that in to guide us as we move forward, and hopefully get more people to join us as we went forward. And I think part of the commitment, even as a young person, is, even as Jody was talking about, the Black Hills are not for sale. The big thing for me as a young person is really acknowledging and recognizing that we have entire generations that don't know why the Black Hills aren't for sale. And that's part of my work, is to make that connection between our younger generations and those that have been doing this work already. And how do we hold that work going forward? And so some of the things the conversations that we had, and some of the work that we've done thus far around the land trust and our meetings and some of the gatherings that we've attended, was all an attempt to do that, to make those connections. And there was more structured ways we went about it. I'll hand it over to Nick to talk a little bit more about that process, but that was my team and my role, is to really connect that, and then to also learn from other land back organizing that's happening all over the world. We're connected to land back organizing that's global right now, and everyone's looking to us here in the Black Hills, knowing how significant it is for us to reclaim Hesafa. It changes what's possible for all Indigenous peoples when we reclaim our land. And so I'll hand over to Nick to talk about the structure.
One of the things that we decided pretty quick was that we understood that there was a political climate after the election, that there was going to be an opportunity to engage in these conversations about the Black Hills and the return to the people. And we knew that from past experiences, that if we don't create a decision-making process, then we could miss out on those opportunities. That's what we're missing when it comes to the Black Hills. Is the IRA tribal governments going to have one-on-one conversations with the government, or are we going to create something that's more inclusive What is it? And because I think the feedback that in the past on this issue, that the government says, who do we talk to about this? And so we wanted to try to make a decision-making structure. And we knew that we wanted to include both grassroots, treaty, and IRA people. We wanted to try to use this as an opportunity to unite our people together and to create a decision-making structure that could bring our people. Because we're all one people. Those things are just structures that were created to divide us. And so we kind of went to the drawing board and said, okay, what would it look like? And so our approach in our original structure was to be as inclusionary as possible, to include all of the Oceti Sakowin, because in all of the recent years, the efforts to try to revive that. And we also said we have to create something, that the government recognizes. Well, so we thought at the time. We got to create something that the government recognizes, because if we sit down across from them without any sort of entity or administrative capacity to manage the HESAPA, then it'll give them an excuse to not return the land to our people. And so one of the structures that we came up with, also when we got feedback from people throughout the Oceti Sakowin, is they didn't want it, whatever we decided, they didn't want it to be sitting at one tribe or one band that was making all of the decisions for everybody. They said that alone, the people said that alone will divide the people. So we just went full on inclusionary in trying to include everybody. And we had no idea the kind of words we were opening. I thought everybody wanted to be united. Turns out, no, what I realized as we were doing this work and trying to create this, that this work was medicine, because it started to, we never came across anybody who said, no, I don't want the Black Hills back. We haven't come across one Lakota who said we don't want the Black Hills back. There might be arguments or disagreements about the method in which it happens, but every Lakota that we've talked to, and probably everybody's ever talked to in this room, wants that. So we went to the drawing table. What could we create that was intertribal, that wasn't just one tribe? What could we create that was something that the government would recognize? What could we create in which we could have administrative capacity to manage our own homelands? Have our own people up there. Have our own people up there caretaking for those lands. Tearing down the dams where they need to be torn down, building up the brush, taking care of the biodiversity, all of those things, because this is a good idea. Land back is a good idea. Getting the Black Hills back is a good idea, but it's just like putting on a ceremony. It takes blood, sweat, and tears to make that happen. It takes hard work to make that happen, and it takes resources to make that happen. And so the idea that we had proposed was this concept of creating the Oceti Sakowin Nation Land Trust. And the Oceti Sakowin Nation Land Trust would include all of the Oceti Sakowin tribes. And it would be, the proposal was that it was going to be a Section 17 entity, which allowed tribal governments to enter into agreements over the management of lands without giving up sovereignty, without giving up the sovereign immune rights that tribes have. And it would be intertribal, so the decisions would be, it wouldn't be underneath one tribe, it would be intertribal. Some of these structures like this already exist. the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association is a Section 17 entity, intertribal entity. Amarin Insurance, if anybody got insurance on Indian land, they probably use that company that's owned by the tribes. So we just thought of it as a mechanism. It wasn't the end-all, be-all, but it was a mechanism that could be in place to do this. And as we continued on, we had some tribes that stepped forth right away. And I want to acknowledge the Kuichasha. I want to acknowledge the Kuichasha because when it came to the issue of the Black Hills and this concept, they said, let's do it. Crow Creek, let's do it. And we traveled around to all over. I don't know, in the fall, in the winter, traveled around, I would say, of the 16 Oceti Sakowin tribes, I think I personally went to about 12 of them myself, and different people, part of our team. And when we went to those places, we had these conversations. And I gotta tell you, it's hard to be a Oglala in Oceti Sakowin country, because I took it on behalf of all of the Oglalas, especially when I went to the Sichongu. Some beef over there. But I recognized and realized, that there's a lot of stuff that we have to get through. There's a lot of people who dedicated their lives to this work, and we stand on the shoulders of many people in this room and many people who passed on that aren't in this room. And it was weird for us as organizers to be promoting something like a Section 17 entity. Because anything I've ever done, I've never been successful in doing anything inside of any government. But I was like, I'll do anything for the Black Hills. And so that's where this concept and this structure idea came from. We knew early on that it was going to be a challenge to create a shared decision-making body, that it was going to be a challenge to bring everybody on board, because this issue hits at the core of all of the issues facing our people. They took our traditional form of government from us when they took our land. And so when we talk about land back, part of what we're talking about is our traditional form of government back. And there's mechanisms put in place to divide our people. And I think that in our work, we're always trying to figure out how to use whatever tools and the mechanisms are available to us in order to accomplish our goal. And so we said, well, co-management and the Section 17 Oceti Sakowin Nation Land Trust, that's just a tool. We're fighting for our land back. We're making it clear that we eventually want all of the Black Hills returned to the Lakota people. This is just a mechanism to help us get there. Because if we co-manage, if we manage or co-manage our lands, we're going to have a heartbeat on what's going on up here with these corporations. We're going to have a deeper understanding of what's coming down the pike, whether it be uranium or precious earths, metals, lithium, mining, all of these things that are impacting our lands. And so to me, when I thought about co-management in this particular entity, the whole idea was that if we're at war, then I wanted to change the battlefield. I want us to know what's coming down to us. I want to change the power dynamics of what's happening. And so these were all the intentions. And so this structure that we proposed, we got resolutions from Crow Creek, Lower Brule, Crow Creek and Lower Brule. And then I went to the OST Land Committee, and got the Land Committee's support to then take it on to the Tribal Council. And we realized we were at a crossroads with this work, because people wanted this land, people want the Black Hills back. but they didn't like. And people in this room came up to us and told us, we don't like this Section 17. We heard from Standing Rock, we're not IRA. We heard from Yankton, we're not IRA. And we heard from folks within those tribes that IRA, and so we recognized that what we needed to do is we needed to go to ask the Tungashilas. We needed to go to ceremony and to ask the spirits for direction. Because what we did notice was a lot of people were excited. A lot of people were excited about this effort. It got reignited again. A new energy behind it. And that was good. And so we got it to this point. And all of us, I think everybody on the whole entire team, we kept saying, man, we need to go to ceremony. Pretty soon it was like, who's doing ceremonies now? This COVID and everything. And a few times actually we tried, it didn't work out. But we knew that we had to give direction, and I think that was one of the things too, is that at the last meeting, it was asked to us, those of you that was there, have you taken this to the spirits yet? And what we told them is, those of us that were a part of it, prayed on this, made commitments to do this work before we started it. But yes, that it's at a crossroads where we need to do that. So we did that. We went to the ceremony. We went to the Tungashilas, and we literally had the document. You know, we had that charter. That's what it's called. To get direction, and it was a humbling, you know, experience to be a part of that. And we're going to share real shortly, in a good way, what was shared in that ceremony, to bring that back to the people. Because what we wanted to do here is to be transparent. Because what happened over time, as it related to this issue, there wasn't transparency. A lot of us were not invited to rooms in the past. We're told, meetings were made about us, but not with us. And so, even though we were doing this in a grassroots way, we wanted to be really clear to bring this back to the people and to show that this was asked upon us. We responded to that, and then we brought it back to the Oyate. Because this is a problem or opportunity for us to stand around. It was kind of tricky too, because we want to honor the integrity of the ceremony. Everybody in here knows that when we go to Unipi, Uipi, Lawampi, they always say this, things that are in here are for those of you that are in here. And so we wanted to honor that while still having transparency. And so we were balancing that too. And so I wanted to share that much at this time, because I think that we're going to be moving in a new direction based on what was shared in the ceremony, based on the woe of the Chalupa. Because that's the only way that we're going to be getting the Black Hills back. And so, at this time, I was going to ask Lakshi Rick, Two Dogs, to come share a few words about the direction that was given to us in ceremony.
Oceti Sakowin Oyate, Oceti Sakowin Oyate, Prešla Tjošla, etam atela kiš, kilsa et, Mila Hanska, Trashanke Tjošla, Matroja te Vichat, etam aul. Etam nita heha, Mieja voin beheva kal, voin Donosti Wapi Nadako Chanukta Filena Hochuka JL Ayayuna Wonin Yakaga Hope. Tasse Miet El Murukta Fresh. Hoinka Diana Husky Hedgen Companiello. What's a Hedgen Comptella, what a Miet Homo Trench, El Mahipi, etc. Well, as I see 20 Opaki Magai Shmachina hunted on the Hiap which Opaki Tropiki Iwachi. Naha little Shala and the Uma Tozama Hacha Mokata Nani Kihe Kichi Heap, I'm gonna have to local some guys that they are Shambo Junior and Wakia Hina. Toskavam Takosla, Takolno, Vizipra, a chap, Henna, Watia Lina, or Bagio Makubi, which I had. The one I bet to Gachmigamka, a chum or shit, Wobble the Captain, and Quasma, the Okonum Paslet, a Quaslo. Ona, a bet to Manny Glumia picture, he only shall Tokia, Inuka. Ohetse Washioka Ohetse Uchasha Tima Himna, Ohe Yecha, looking to the no one to the house, Litrenka, Yecha Iwichanga, or Dark Oetomaka, Wonka, Chimpi Gapi, or Ziki Head, Chenopa Kile Akan, Tawu Head, to kill a hero. When Ziki hangs the Ikchevi Shasha Kawo, Ugnamon Kihe, to Day War. When I was Ziki Omnifa Hecha, the Kola Kichewa, or when I Lehan Yufa, in Goyam Pikilesh, had done Yuicha, which you bought, Oyaki Hunter, Hechan Shniki wash Ake, Omnifa Suta Aka, Funkasha, which in Pile, Walla Kotakaga, Luhunka, Snilo, or Hedge, which Chanisha, Toskala, and Vizipra, Amkita, Taposha, yes, very happy, which I have at Otoma, Boka, Taku wife, which I mentioned. Which Mahasan Krishna, which I'm going to hit that Yakubata, Nisha, Moing, and Happy Hunter. Or Hedge. Which Hana Iwoga, Isha Little Sky, Gana keeps sent to Taka. Which I had to Hina, which I agree with the Taka. So back at the other meeting, those that remember, I think it was at Holiday Inn by the Civic Center. I always wondered, with this document, my first guy here, and the people he's working with, I always wondered, was it ever taken to the spirit world and our ancestors and to an altar to see if there's some kind of input that they could give, and I know they can, because the spiritual entity they live in is they're sacred people, and they can see into the future, and they know everything. Things that we don't think they know about. So I brought up the suggestion that if it was ever, if that was ever done, and they said no, but because maybe I brought it up, I ended up being the one that came to. So, but I never say no when people depend on me or bring me. And they brought us Chanupa, my cousin, and my Toshka Dave Jr. and Wizipka and Toshka standing in the center here. They came in a proper way, following the protocol. They offered the chinuma, so I took it. And we said a certain day, and here there was a storm then, so we had to postpone it a couple more weeks. But it came about, it happened. We went in Inipi first, and then we went into the Luampi. And the Tugashla that come, they had questions about this document also. Because of their sacredness, they knew, even though they don't read, they know through their spiritual power what my nephew here, the people that are helping him, they knew what's going on, what they're trying to do, especially because it involves the Black Hills. So one of the things they asked was, where is the spiritual law? Where is the traditional law, the custom law? Where does it come into this document? The other thing was they said, do not go through the IRA, somebody that's recognized by the IRA, because you're going to diminish the power of the sacred document, the treaty. He said you're going to diminish that power, they said. So find a different way, or find maybe a tribal council that didn't adapt the IRA, is what they said. And so these other things they brought in there, they told them to work on these things first, and then bring the document back to the people. And so that was the direction. And there might be more that I forgot, because yesterday I turned 71 years old, so memory isn't what it used to be. But so I'll turn it back over to Toshka here now and continue the discussion.
I wanted to say for sharing those words actually in the ceremony that we had. And there was I'll say a few more things that they were sharing in the ceremony. And I'll say that it was a humbling experience to be in that ceremony, because it was held accountable by the Tugashilas. And they were supportive, but they asked hard questions. Kind of felt like I was at court. But I also recognize that some of those same spirits are here today, probably, amongst us. And that I wouldn't say nothing in this circle that I wouldn't say in that spiritual circle because of that. One of the things they asked, and they said, why is the Oceti Sakowin in this document? Why is it in there? And I said, because I wanted to create unity. Because I wanted to include as many people as possible. And we thought that was the way to do it. And they said, the treaty wasn't signed with the Oceti Sakowin. That the Oceti Sakowin predated. That the treaty was signed with the lands individually. They made it real clear that the words that they were going to be sharing was specifically about the Hesapa. They even stopped at one point to clarify, is this about the Hesapa? I said, it is. And then that's when they said, well, okay, we have to adhere to a traditional form of government, the Wope. And until we do, it's not going to work. And so those were things that were shared. And so afterwards, I was processing what that meant. And a lot of what they were saying was that at the time of the signing of the treaties, we had a traditional form of government that made decisions from the Wope, that made decisions from that place, and that those decision makers were accountable to their people. And that we have to get to some form of that. Our thinking before on like a philosophical level was that if we get the Black Hills back, that's going to be, we chose on into the people. It's going to be inspiration, it's going to be healing, it's going to be those things to the people. But that's what was motivating us. Right? That's what was one of the big motivators. And I think what a lot of what they're saying is, we actually have to heal as a people in order to have a traditional form of government and decision making. And then as we do that, that's what's going to help us get the Black Hills back. So there's I called Lakshmi the other day and I was like, is this how you took what they said? To clarify and we agreed on the words that were going to be shared today in front of the people. And so we didn't come to this meeting with a plan mapped out of what we're going to do next. We didn't come here with a plan. We came here to bring this information back to the people. And then for us as a people to decide what would that structure look like. For us to make that decision. How would that look? And I think one of the things that they had said really clear was, and I asked over and over, is this under IRA? And then basically said it can't be under IRA. It has to be separate. It doesn't mean everything the IRA does is evil. But there was a spiritual teaching in there, and they're giving us direct advice that we do have the right and ability to create something new. We don't have to go based on what the government alone dished out to us as a people. We have the right to make new culture today and new decision-making processes that adhere to our natural laws. And I will say that at the onset of this, and people probably heard us talk about this in these prior meetings, because we all thought as we were trying to make a decision-making structure just about the land, we kept saying, we didn't sign up to restore traditional government. we don't want to go down that path. We don't want to, that's a whole thing. That's a whole, I was like, I just want to get the land back. I'm trying to restore all of that, Because I know as a Hoke Shiva, sitting in these meetings, I used to sit in treaty meetings, and a lot of the kids would leave and go be playing, and I would sit in those meetings for a long time. And I would sit in those meetings up until the people started fighting, up until the people started arguing. And then as a boy, I would leave those, and then I would go raise out with all my kanashis. But that was, it was one of the reasons, and not one of the reasons for me why I was afraid in some ways to take on this idea of restoring traditional government, because we know how much pain our people have in doing that. And I'm still not saying that's what we're doing today, but in order for us to get our land back, that we do have to make some decisions. And there is an opportunity. And I think that later in the agenda, we do have a message, because I think the thing that has often been told to us as a people was that, well, the government doesn't recognize your traditional form of government. The government doesn't recognize the Wope, doesn't recognize the Chalupa. So you can have all the meetings you want, and nothing will ever come of it. That's how we're treated by the government. That's how they make us feel. And I think that we're in a different time. I think that we actually do have the opportunity to create something and restore something new, and to force the government's hand to the table, because we have certain people in government who want to see that happen. And I think that we're going to hear from some of those folks later on. But at this time, I wanted to open it up. And I know at these meetings, everybody's like, oh, don't you open mine, don't do it. Like, did you see who's on the list? But we have to. We'll block it. We have to talk. And so I think that's what we're going to do at this time. But I was going to ask the Okawi Chasha before we go into open mic and discussing what this means, and specifically what a traditional form of decision-making form of government would mean for the purpose of getting our land back. I'm going to ask the Okawi Chasha to sing an encouragement song to the Kahashis and the Misus over there. To sing us an encouragement song before we go into that discussion and conversation.
The way we're going to organize this open mic is microphone is we're not going to follow orders. Just easy. We have to keep it organized, controlled. So I've asked the referee. I don't know how to do that, but I'll probably have to tell you, give you a hand signal. You need to get back to the topic. How do we, or what is our knowledge in forming a modern traditional government? We have different books, different structures already created. But those are created by professors, people who studied political science, anthropologists. So what do you know as the structure of a traditional form of government within the IRA era of making decisions? What's best for the people? And how do we reach everybody with the benefits, not just some? So I hope we understand that. So as you come up here, or you can talk at the microphones, at the tables around here, or there'll be a mic below also. So, one on each side. So we have one right there. One that you can come up there, and I'll try and keep track of who's next and who's going to talk next. Let's be clear, stick to the point, and tell your story as to what a traditional government structure would look like today. Influenced by your grandfathers, grandmothers, great-grandfathers, great-greats. You heard those stories. And I guess the hierarchy system that is in place with the IRA government has to change. But it's going to change with your input. That we're looking at a decision-making apparatus that everybody is going to benefit from the resources that our government, or this new government, is going to be in charge of. Do you understand what I'm saying? We need more clarification. I hope someone can come up and help with that process. So, Bill. Hoka, Bill from Oceti Sakowin Oyate, Bill Tweed. He's bossing us around all the time, so we might as well start with him. I was just saying to please, if you want to, Itaque Iwa, Choteo Ashana, Phil Two Spot, Phil Two Eagle, Mota, Washita, as La Code Tata, the Kasuka Hisha, Sichango, Mota, Omni Nupa, Tiospai, Walega, Uwahi, Tiospai, Ukashi is how I do, Matho Kanso, and Wisa, Omni Nupa. Cheta Wiki. Lucina, Pecha Hupa, and Mata, we are taking a short of the job, and he's sitting with a sister. So, now, say what that is, what that. That's why you won't laugh out the key, now, Petuki. Did I come and do something? Don't Chokata caminhão de guia ilustre. Já eu canhão com a honey taco que de que taco Oceti Sakowin Oyate a honey de que ila ferra de que na hetsina de que já é chokata caminhão que my name is Bill Tudor. I'm the executive director of the Oceti Treaty Council. Today we're here to talk about the future. I'm glad we move with guidance of our spiritual leaders. A long time ago, we had Oceti to help us. And we want to talk about the Oceti Sakowin that's been there for thousands of years, and it can still be there for thousands and more years. And it's already been created. We don't have to create anything new. So we have to think about that. I'm going to jump back and forth in Lakota and English, so I'll have you follow along. There's something that we call inherent sovereignty. Inherent sovereignty is who we have been for thousands of years. And in our very important is the Lakota language that keeps us strong, that we have to hold on to. In this plan, we have to make sure that Lakota language is in there. That in the end, collective and other organizations can help with that. So let's think about that. Actually, the Makochiki Ilushamata Shisapa and Jella Iwoga. When you talk about the Black Hills, you're not just talking about the Black Hills. Let's talk about the 1851 treaty boundaries. We're talking about a 5-state area here. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana. So let's try to remember that. It's not just the Black Hills. Black Hills is a very small part of what we're talking about today. And it is the sacred Wakam. We're gonna, that's our Hochoka, the center where we voice our prayers for Hochoka. So please keep that in mind. It's not just the Black Hills. We don't have to, once again, we don't have to recreate anything. We already have a traditional Lakota government that's still in operation since time immemorial that coexists with the IRA government. You have a IRA government that was created in 1934 that turned our people into a democratic society. But yet we have our traditional government right alongside the IRA that's still going today. And that's where the treaty councils come from.
even though the document didn't say Oceti Sakowin, those representatives are from the Oceti Sakowin, but they called us something that we're not, and so it's a false representation. They called us the Sioux Nation. We're not the Sioux Nation, we're Oceti Sakowin. So as we go along, we can correct these documents down the road here. So we just can't play games with the words. Those of you that are sitting here today represent the Oceti Sakowin. You came from your Tioshpai. Tioshpai, when I tell you, I don't know where I got. Nitita, you can't on the Yahiko. That was there also in Wopilacto. So the traditional government, the Tiwahe, the Tioshpai, and the Oshpai, and the Oyate, that's us. We're still here, we're still in existence. On top of this, we need help with organizing the treaty councils. Could you put that in as part of the plan, is to help us organize ourselves? We've been saying this for a long time now. And the treaty councils represent traditional government. So I want to announce that the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe passed a resolution, I guess, according to what Harry and Maddie said. They created a treaty office at the Cheyenne River. Thank you very much. We're slowly getting organized. And I know the Oglalas have been organizing through the Black Hills Sioux Nation Council for a long time. And we're all part of that too. We have to send our delegates to the Black Hills Sioux Nation Council meetings. So we're still waiting on an office for the Oglala. I think you sent the Indian agent here today. Indian agent, you can tell me last week. Oh, there he is. You know, if we're all IRA, we're all part of we're all Indian agents. So, early on, Nick and Indian Collective have been participating in our meetings, and I'm glad we did that, Treaty Council meetings. Because we had a strategy. Remember, we did a letter to President Biden when we realized that this could be an opportunity, a window that opens up so that we can implement some strategies. But we need help from the IRA government. So I can see Indian Collective and organizations, it's not just Indian Collective, but other organizations, meet with the traditional government. Together they go see the IRA and then send them to Washington, D.C. with our message. We have to set up a congressional strategy. We have to learn how to testify before Congress. We have to tell them, look, Mr. President of the United States and the U.S. Congress, we have a treaty here, a Fort Laramie Treaty, and you destroyed our economy, you destroyed our traditional government, you destroyed our language. So now we want to rebuild ourselves. We want to create our own economy. How we're going to do that is we're going to create our own financial institution and put all our money in this financial institution and not worry about the state chartered banks that you use, that IRA governments currently use. We can invest in our people. We can invest in my Kashi. If he wants to make a car loan or a business loan or a house loan, let's put our money into this sovereign bank and start building our economy. One of the symptoms, or no, one of the signs that we're getting healthy is that we have a buffalo, our own bison herd on our reservation. Because if you look at one person that eats 300 pounds of meat in 1 year, that's equivalent to one buffalo. So if you have 50,000 people on the reservation, you should have 50,000 head of buffalo on the reservation. You should have your own, you should produce your own meat, you should produce your own food. So that's what we're trying to get at. Is to, the other thing is there's a climate change going on right now. There's a drought going on right now. Ironically, there's some beef right outside the window there, talking about beef. We really need to remember the future generations, remember our forefathers. Which one is that? Generations, Sakowin, 7 generations ahead. What we learned is 1 generation is 72 years. So that's 500 years that we need to look ahead. Because the 500 years ago, our grandfathers thought about us. Now we have to look 500 years ahead. And we can do that through the creation of strategic plans. We need inherent sovereignty to be taught in school. And finally, something that's happening to us is colonization, assimilation. Kiwashitu, returning into the remember going back to the Papa Bulls, it was designed to assimilate us. Remember the termination policy, kill the Indian and save the man. Hopefully, we still have our language, so we have something to go on. But we have to stop assimilation. So why not 50? It's something to think about to help, shape our future. What we need to think about, what we need to do. We don't need to recreate the wheel. I'm asking help to create rebuild the treaty councils because they are very strong. We need the IRA government. Those of you that represent IRA government, fund those treaty councils so we can become better, we can work together.
Revitalize our true purified governments. It's already been created. We just need to revitalize it. And we are now bilingual people too, so we can talk English and Lakota from a survival approach, I guess, or survival linguistic approach. Let's try some more about it, purify est un vassal évote. Et woman is the one, little thought you ought to be woman qui part, you walk about it. English can't let you come back at ticket. We're going to have a man talk, and then after him will be my brother-in-law, Harold, and they're gonna kind of team up or talk about the Jewish system. So,
מתעכב, היה נקוד, ותל לה, או אח, צ'יצ'י סוטה מכי, היה פטוקי, היה ממאה היא אותה ככה, חלילה יום הכי, כי חטא פרטי, ונה גלוחה או סקמפי, ונתן אוקייה, חוקת הכי, נתחה אוקית אישי, תחה אוקית חווה, na thakoyaki tena takun wasewaya ka kitset kalena hetu kupi na petu na la khoya tela khudaka sha temacha tele la ha wahim la ya khocha yo makuta la petu kila yo ha hi na ha to shmiya lo deo ke ha text no wa ja tjošpa ja oak, ona tjošpa ki, ona jaguki tako. Tjošpa juha ojakha, ona jaguki, ona jaguki. Ojuha ja maskina ka tjošpa oak. No kaya deva chat. No atomashna omake. Mas regna ka tios fatanya lo de ti machi ka ai mani ya so le ta ku sa khai ki no ka ha ka awabu de ta ku no ite ina cha amis cha pe khopi ta no cha te fia ucha ti kha ho khoi ki cha ka so ta kha wa shetina le te ni le petu kilila, wopila tanka chicha, na gakia, Indian collective, Nick and kulila wopila tanka, chicha, pia, wolu wiukta, na ugawi tapi, na eche unyampi te eche, hokaka, na petu kilila, wopila hula. From there on, I'm going to speak like an old British language and American English here somewhere, so you'll have to excuse my English, because I'm a first language speaker. Sometimes I mess up the English too. Like Phil mentioned, we finally got a treaty office going at Wakpashte after, 87 years. Teoshpai and Oyate, and I have a voice over there at Wakpashte. And we're going to work together with tribal council. We have to work together, no matter what. Same as here, we have to work together if we're going to get Chedra back. So we have 4 bands on Wakwash. And so I represent the Hokoju, the Manikanju, what is you call them. And I attended the meeting way back in December of this Black Hills. And my stance then was, you have to put Oceti Sakowin and Teoshpai in the forefront. They have to take the lead in this Chetapa movement to get it back. There's no other way. I thought about this and there's no other way. But again, we have to work together to accomplish this. So in order to accomplish our goal, I see Oceti Sakowin, I see Indian Collective, I see tribal councils, I see them working together and meeting with the Biden administration to get this going. We have a little short window yet, what, 3 years for the Biden administration, and after that, I don't know, the political climate might change. But we have to work, and we have to continue this, and get as much work done as we can. It's going to take a concerted effort, but we have to stand in unity to get this done. And it's not for us, it's for our children and grandchildren. They might see something good for our efforts beginning here. And the other thing, we need our traditional government back. That allows us for all of our relatives to be presented, counted, and helped. We have to try to be a good relative every day. And we see some of our relatives are having a hard time. And we have to try to help them in a good way. I just wanted to say, Phil mentioned a bank infrastructure and the financial part. And to me, access to capital is a human right. Maybe I'm the only one that goes to all the local banks, and they won't lend me money. Is it because I'm a corporate man or what? But that's how that tune goes today, for me anyway. And when you have access to capital, you can help your relatives too. But that has to change too. And finally, Tioshway. Tioshway, you need to wake up now. You have a Tioshway name. And we need to meet as Tioshway again like we used to. And Tioshway is, when you organize your Tioshway, you have to have a staff keeper. So next time we meet like this, all the Tioshways will have a staff. This room should be filled all the way around with staff because of Tioshway's representation. We'll have to have a drum keeper. Thank you, drum group over there. Didn't know that. I want to thank you because that's part of the Tioshway. There's a drum keeper there. Knows all the songs. And these are just part of the Tioshway that we need to reorganize too. Because the Tioshway is the backbone of the Oceti Sakowin. It's a walking. I'm glad that I'm here at this meeting and given time to speak. And I'm going to say again, we need to put Oceti Sakowin and Tioshway in the forefront because they're the ones that signed treaties, and some of us didn't sign treaties, but some of our relatives did, grandpas did. And you guys are the owners of the Black Hills. And rightfully so, we need to put that gusto in our document. When we work together and we gotta work in unity.
So, Marcel, we lost it. Yoshbai. Oceti Sakowin and Yoshbai movement, they have to be important. Sums up his speech. At this time, we had my brother-in-law from God. Last time I knew he lived in Martin. His name is Harold Dean Lefty.
Hokahe, Kakuye, Hokahe, Kame, Peshi, Yuma, Rushkina, Okichis, Papina, Natachi, Glass, Papina, Atachi, Apollo, Oyuka, Olympic, Lemio, Akimashi, Yuagla, Keho, to tell Yuki Hell, Kyoshpai Hell, Wotakuye, Black Bear, Prairie Chicken, Thunderbolt, Imitates Dog, Wildlands, Takes Alone, Emota Hanchake, Eko, Begro Toyate, Hedon, Hiro Ko. Huyuka Ake, Ate Inanki, Machialuta, Eta Emota, Hello. Now, you know, he had afraid of their standing rock, now, okay, northern China, they would have to Uchabla Hadocha. It would cost you what? Where does the Arapaho and Cheyenne fit in the Black Hills issue? Because that co-management is what it's impacting. We can let Kahanshi many Wogake now feel that on traditional government. Edaku Kaho Naleshia Waliachi the Alpi honey, the old word for Black Hills. Hoheho Wota Kuye Mankani Kupikeki Ho Kio Okiokea Lecture Kinoji Ho Heu Lecture Ushi Chilapina Utuepiki Ukola Kapina Tutel Uyupiki Ho Hena Lecture Ona Ihandro Ho Heu Tioshpa et Khanda Wogla Wahuelo Ho Ihani 1990, Awashiti Ola Kintere, Chamichi, Ujayo. Oh, 1990, Gerald Feder challenged me, said, come on, let's go to Canada. They're calling for the gatherings of the Itachan. Nobody wants to go up, nobody's responded. So in 1990, Gerald and I went to Canada and got up there. Tanshi, Dick, Moose Camp, and Gary Holybull put Wasnans on Champishti, wood kindling. And when they lit it, about 17 seconds, that blue flame shot up and went down and hit that wood and it came alive. People counted 29, 32, 27 eagles, broad daylight at the power grounds in Steady Buffalo. But right there, we knew we got the blessing to try to revitalize and strengthen Teoshpai. So we researched Teoshpai from that time on, from 1990 pretty much till the day he passed away. And what we discovered, and specifically on Pine Ridge, we went to 23 communities and had community meetings. We called the oldest people we could find in the community, and they came together, grandmas and grandpas. We gave them specific questions. What is a Teoshpai? What is their purpose, their role and function? Who are in the Teoshpai? And they were the societies, and how do you induct them? When you induct them, what is their role and responsibility? How do they function? Those are the wheels of the Teoshpai that make it work and make it happen. Within that Teoshpai, you have a Kacha. So going back in time again, I mentioned who I am and where I come from. In 1975, Sunday Food Scroll. 1975-6, I hamleche out to my Hunkate, Dawson Hasenhorst. Those that worked with him and know the kind of power he had, incomparable and very, very powerful. He taught me a lot of what he knew throughout his lifetime, and I watched, witnessed, and learned by being with him. And I have witnesses to everything I tell you. I can give you a name to testify. Everything I tell you is truthful in front of witnesses. So I don't make up things and pull them out of the sky and tell you sensational stories and really elaborate. It's factual. So in 1979, Fusco took me out in the middle, gave me staff, told me to look out for my Tioshpai. And my ate blessed my chanupa. And I've learned, they taught me what that chanupa means. So they taught my first language was Lakota. I lived my life as Harold Salway, but I changed my name back to Left Harold, my dad's name, where I truthfully come from. I realized that traditional government is Tioshpai government. In our research, we discovered there are 17 bands in Canada, 15 bands in the United States. There are 40 Tioshpayas in Canada, 42 in the US. Within the Tioshpaya, you have a Kachan, you have a Wakichuze, which is a coordinator, you have a Ichapsinte, which is the whitman who operates in the capacity of the policing, they're like a general. You have your Epaha, who, like what Kaham Roberts is doing, keeping meetings and sessions and gatherings going in a strong, spiritual, respectful way. You have Okawichasha, which are the drum keepers out there working like Chichapelo. You have the fire keeper. You have the pipe keeper. There are numerous elements. And I'm speaking primarily from what I learned from the men, because I'm a man. I grew up, I was taught and raised amongst my grandpas, the men folk in my Tioshpai. So for the women, I really can't speak on the women's behalf. That belongs to the women. That belongs at the seventh law of the Chanupa. The sweat, the Humblechia, the Sundays, keeping of the spirit, Hunka, releasing of the spirit, and the rites of passage, making of a man and woman. So when you bring them in and induct them into a society, they look around the Tioshpai, the elders, and they use that word, Watupteshni, people that are worthy, that have standing, that can commit and be indentured to this society, Tioshpai, to function on behalf of their needs and what they want and protect them. But with the Wakichu or Ichapsinte. So the Tioshpais, when they come together, the Kachna, they are committed to the responsibility of what a Tioshpai is. So here today, when we're talking about this effort, I talked to an attorney from Hobbs Strauss, Dean and Walker, I can't remember the last one. And what he told me was, he said they have to have standing to do this. So I have questions. We brought up questions, and this is not to target, not to hit them, but to bring out open questions. Traditionally, when we met, you were not afraid. You should not be afraid, and you should not hesitate to have courage to ask strong questions that's going to impact your Tioshpai. Because you have to know what's going on in your Tioshpai. If it's going to help them, or if it's going to hurt them, or create some very deleterious situations. And I don't use testimonials of easirologia, or anyway, those are SpongeBob words. So. But you see, Washichi taught me a lot of things. It taught me how to be deceptive, jealous, hateful. He taught me a lot of negative things. But what the Lakota Tioshpai taught me was honor. When you build honor, it's harder to keep. So keeping that honor, you always need to look to your people for what their needs are. That's what I try to do. And I really try to be humble and carry myself in that way. So in this effort to do this, when I talked to the attorney, he said, you've got to have historical standing, you've got to have statutory acknowledged authority to conduct this. You have to have the ability to represent sovereignty, and that comes from the people, the Tioshpayas, and Oceti Sakowin. So I asked that question, what is an Oceti? So during that time from 1994, when we researched Oceti, there were 7 council fires. In that 7 council fires in the Teton, we have 7 campfires: Oglala, Rosebud, Forum Shine River, Standing Rock. Those are the campfires that we have. In those campfires, we have a Tioshpaya, and I come from one of them. So I represent the Tioshpaya when I'm here today. And when I talk about the Tioshpaya, I want to talk about how this is going to hurt us or help us. So the questions that we were asking was, who is Indian Collective? Where do they get their money from? Who are their board of directors? What is their authority to conduct this action and this activity? In the federal charter, that's a Washichu mandate from the federal system. In the Indian system, in the Lakota way, do they have the support and the acknowledgement from the traditional people and traditional government? And there's other harder questions that I had, but because of time, I will keep it brief and leave it there. But those are the questions, hard questions that were asked of me. I said, what I need to ask because I represented Tioshpaya. Now, how does that interact and interface and the collaboration and networking with all the Tioshpayas that are here today? Kheta hena li najikelo heule wota kuye pino oyate uye pile hechal tokesh kesh agya ukich kichawiyam pihanta khokata kya oyate thoka pise yoha mauni pikta huo heule khokio khya kichia piti hele chawa oyate troshke iwash pikte na tokesh li najikta huo hena chawu khel amayu pichon tel yota Shapina, Oki Nursena, Oyate, Uchalo Hapianta, Oyate Yuash, Pictena, Hokata, or Aye, Yuash Pictelo, Heru, Ambeti, Le Champa, Yoachvatel, Woke, Wakaya, Helbin, Helmajelo, Uyuke, Anua, Aliachi, Makoche, Yuke, Woke, Hanka, 1851 treaty. Hey, you know, Akesha Locha, 1868 treaty, hey, you get. Now, Ake, Ihake, War, Tunkashilaya, Pikawoke, Kichayoki, hey, Yankina, Hele, Omutrechat, Kichaza, Pelo, Washituya, New Deal, Elpi, Chunkehele, New Deal, you, Nahedana, Oyate, tribal government, Tawash, Ake. Oyate Chawash Ake, the sovereignty of the people. Oyate Chawash Ake, Het Chokahe, Het Najelo. Shonke, Hemye, Hechel Wahiolo. Hoheru, Makoche ki, Bu, Monjiu Kelo. He Taku Ho, Wana Taku Wata, Ikal Hiu, Shonke, Otechia, Wamakanshta, Zikala, Ochan, Hunupaki, Hena Echa, Leche Manka Kaniu Kupelo, Hohe Utkokatakia, le Sio Etukeshe Taku Akanioti Natokta Ho, Homie Heche Taku Wata Heche Wuiche, Bluhailo Heu, Mitaku Yepi, Leche Wuiche, Sutaya and Ewaginapelo. Homie Kokos La Chewa Kesko, now Wakilo Masa, now Wakantanka. Woki Wakila, Hoecha Toshpa Mikhawaki, Yosh, now that I'm done with my introduction, I just wanted to say thank you very much for allowing me a brief amount of time to give you a very long explanation of a history that has to be acknowledged. Because when you look around, we're all here today. We all have interests. And we all play a role in here. But I'm here for my Tioshpaya. So I cannot boss you around and tell you what to do. But I can speak for my Tioshpaya. We come back to Kilemitaku Yepi, Emichante Kituya, na Perchinus Pati, Natachi Glass, so soaping, I won't be like Chicha, Pilama, Pomitaku Yasi.
맞다. 이거 피하 먹으려고. 그건 이게 오감이야. 오감이었어. 내가 그냥 먹으려고. 그냥 그냥 나와서. 해하원이 코다. Mr. Bill Means, wannan hoton da wannan iya hoton English da ke lalani a kai wata kuma ne ciki ya wata wa lu tantalo ake clarify ake nashi la kote lut clarify.
Right now, this seems kind of ritual like my brother-in-law.
Number 7. Turn it on.
Hello? I want to say a few words about the international experience because we're creating a government, we're rebuilding our nation. And so I was sent to the United Nations by some very distinguished chiefs and headsmen by the name of Foots Crow, Noble Redman, Frank Kills-Enemy, to name a few. And I come from Chai-Sinte Tioshkai. My grandfathers are fast thunder and spoke on my father's side, the mean side. And my mother, she's the Hanktuan, who also is treaty signers. They're in the 1868 treaty. Her name is Feather Necklace. And so we have a long history of being involved in resistance of colonialism. And so I wanted to say that my experience comes from the Wounded Knee 1973, but also I'm a Vietnam veteran. So I know what it means in order to put your life on the line. I know what it means to sacrifice in the Sundance ceremony, to fast, to dream. And so I try to reflect the dreams of those elders that sent me to the United Nations. They said, when you go to the United Nations, you take that treaty with you, because that treaty says we're a nation of people. Treaties are not signed with organizations, with tribes, or with fraternities or colleges. Treaties are signed nation to nation. You only have to look at Article 6 of the United States Constitution to see the status of treaties, which are the supreme law of the land, according to Article 6, their own constitution. So that's who we are. That's how we stand at the UN. One of the things that I learned at the UN is there's 4 criteria for nationhood. How do you become a nation? Number 1, you have to have a language and a culture. You have to have a defined territory, which our treaty is very specific on what our territory is. You have to have a system of government, which we call Oceti Sakowin. And of course, you have to have the ability to carry on foreign relations. So these are some of the criteria I learned at the United Nations. And the first thing I saw was that we fit all those criteria. So we don't have to be no tribe no more. We only have to rebuild our nation. And so I thought, as I heard my township, Mr. Two Dogs, talk and explain about the ceremonial, I'm glad we came to that. Maybe we should have started that way. We probably would have saved a lot of resources and a lot of time. However, we're there now. And I really like the idea of the separation from the IRA. The reason I say that is because that's what all the elderlies that I know have said through the years, is there has to be a new form of government. I always remember Nellie Red Owl. She had a sign in Pine Ridge during the time before Wounded Knee. They were marching. It's called the Oglala Sioux Civil Rights Organization against the oppressive tribal government. Her sign said, "We need a new form of government." So that's back in the 70s. That's how our elderlies, that's how Nellie Red Owl felt. And she put it on a sign, and that always stuck with me all these years. And through the United Nations work that we did, I was able to experience nation building. I was invited, because of Wounded Knee, because of our work at the UN, I was invited to Nicaragua, where they had ousted a dictator by the name of Somoza, who was installed by the United States government. Why was he installed there? Because they had gold. In the interior of Nicaragua, they had about 4 or 5 gold mines. That kind of reminded me of Black Hills. And so I seen that. But they threw him out. So they had to rebuild the government. But they had large populations, nation of indigenous people, Indian people, Mosquito Indians, Mayan Indians, all up and down both coasts, Pacific side and also Atlantic side. And so they were going to rebuild their nation. They threw out their constitution that was made by Somoza, put him in charge of everything. He was the president forever, they said. Well, it didn't work that way. The Sandinistas took the power. They said, "We'd like to have you come there to talk about the indigenous people, Indian people." So I went there and talked, and with our delegation, we were able to influence, to talk about how do we put Indian people into the new Constitution. How do we put Indian people protection of their land and their areas? How do we do that? And so we said, and this is what I'm thinking in terms of maybe some kind of an option of this, is we have to be written into the Constitution. In other words, we either form our own Constitution or we have to revive the tribal government Constitution. Now you know how many times we've tried that, constitutional reform. It falls on deaf ears because why? We're only in term of office, at least at Pine Ridge, for 2 years. So by the time you get things started, new administration comes in, they say, no, we're not worried about constitutional reform. We've got some old car bodies we've got to move out of Porcupine. So that's more important right now. So anyways, we try to address that issue of constitutional reform, but now it's forefront. If we're going to work with tribal government, either we have to form our own constitution or they have to reform the one that exists. Because tribal government jurisdiction stops at the reservation line. So they don't have no business talking about treaty rights in the Black Hills, because they were formed to take care of government services on the reservation. The land and the treaties belong to the Oyate. They belong to us. And so we have destiny in our hands. We decide what the future is as the Oyate here, not through tribal government. This doesn't mean that we can't cooperate, work together. I say yes, we can. However, you have to recognize the power of the treaty. The legal standing of treaties gives us the power in the Black Hills, not the tribal government. We even have a sacred area up there where we could kind of start things out. It's a sacred site. Peshla. Some of you have been there. I've been there. I served on a tribal council board for the tribe to help watch out for that through the Black Hills Sioux Nation Council. And so we put buffalo up there, and many tribes came together. Is that one concept we could use to expand that concept? These are just options. But we've been part of nation building at the United Nations and in other countries. So we have experience as indigenous peoples. So I just want to say that the future is bright. That I feel very much, should we say, confidence in these young people. And I want to thank Land Back. Yes, they're going ahead. You know, young people, man, they put everything aside. They set a goal, they're going to reach that. But yet some of us old-timers would say, whoa, hold on there a little bit. We better talk to Mr. Two Dogs, Mr. Blue Stamp, and some of these other spiritual men who know how to communicate with Tokasila. And we're going to slow down a little bit so we can make sure we don't make no mistakes. Make sure that we consult the real power of our people, which is Tokasila. So I want to thank Rick and all the Richards. We've got 3 Richards on our list. They're all spiritual men. Richard Two Dogs, Richard Moose Camp, and Richard Broken Nose. We'll call them the 3 brothers of the Black Hills. So anyways, we're dependent on them to help us, guide us. And I want to thank each and every one of you because this is all possible. I've seen it happen before. And so with our experience, with our sacred ways, I just want to say I got full faith and confidence in these young people to keep carrying this struggle on so that our new generation, my grandson, now I'm a great grandpa. So my grandson, he really fascinated with Crazy Horse. He said, Grandpa, will you take me up to Bear Butte? He said, I want to see where Crazy Horse fasted. He's only 6 years old. So we took him up there. Man, he was looking around, checking things out. I know he kind of felt something. So I just want to say that our future is in good hands. And I thank all these young people for their work. I thank the singers for their song. And for the meals that provided. Oceti Sakowin Oyate.
We're going to clarify something here before we go on.
I was asked to clarify a few things by a few relatives, si Changu, about what was shared. And word about what happened, what was shared in this ceremony was going around before this meeting. And the clarification that I wanted to make about what was shared in that ceremony, it wasn't that any of the tribes or the IRA government or any of the existing organized governments would be excluded. It was really clear that the Spirit said that this structure can't be underneath it. Can't be underneath the IRA. There's a difference. We want to create a structure that includes all of the Oyate, all of the people. And I know there's histories, you know, as soon as you start talking about IRA and its shortcomings, sometimes people get offended because they committed their lives to using that system. And this is in no way to offend anybody. This is to follow the direction of the spirits in the wool pit. It's the first step of us actually doing this in that way. And so it's not about that we're that this idea would exclude anybody. It's actually the opposite. That if we create a traditional form of, or not create, but if we revitalize our traditional form of government, it's actually more inclusionary. It includes more of the grassroots, more of the Teoshpai, more of the people. And so, you know, folks that represent IRA governments, I wanted to clarify that for folks that are listening and that are not excluded from it. It just, in this structure, can't be underneath it, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to clarify that before Unchi speaks.
Okay, we have a young lady here who's ready to give us a sermon or a speech. So at this time, we're on, and then there's that gentleman waiting over here. I didn't see your hand. This is hiding you. All right, go ahead.
Mitakuyebi, Wioshula, Tiotabi, Mafialuta, Wihemie. I am Lula Red Club. And I'm very proud of all the people that are here listening. It is time that we get our Black Hills back. Waited too long. And Kakosha said, if we get the Black Hills back, not a matter of if, we are going to get it back. And it involves all the tribes. And I don't like to say tribes because that's a BIA. And we have to decolonize, I can't even talk. My voice just is not working. Decolonize. And the treaty council that they talked about, it includes the Nakota, Lakota, and Dakota. There are a lot of tribes, not only in South Dakota, North Dakota, but in Canada. The Black Hills belongs to all of us. And we have to go forward. Stop talking about the past. We have to go forward. And that's where we are. Our young people. We need you. We need you because you're young and strong. And you know that we have to get the Black Hills back. Not someday. It is time to go forward. mi takia pi dona kotia na on pi hena ni chita ko pi na ni tios pa ni khapena alana ablesi chakape he chanu shinei wa ga ka shanta on chita ke pi lana soyash na tiata na tona o no spat tona chitanse Victoria pena oksha chaetu anu tika kwegi chakyape na wada ikta wada wahinas paneto uta wahinas ash plihenich kitecha ta hamani ash inyashi lecha habi wahiyo iktashka oakish Shahira ni wektana, mikroyana tua humaika apsemoke. Kocha, wakse choma la wa kelana tona na mecheko, lila wopila tsoke chika. Honale chaka ta chashona ekile. Lila tako orto soyena, henana ablesu ya. Shisha wopila tsoke chika. Thank you to the gentleman on my left. All the things he said are very important, and we know a lot. And thank you for sharing all of that. I am very proud of all that Russell Haynes has done, all the things that we learned. And today, we need our young people to go forward and help our tribes, our people, our Lakota, Dakota, and Lakota speaking people. So there's so many more things I want to say, but time is short and I have enough to say for now. So thank you for those of you that listen to me. We'll pick up the pictures. I'll be done, guys.
I recently Richard, one of the brothers from the Black Hills.
Umniche kanka le lila da ewa kanka kia hi lako uti soya le teti chaka kia wana inajite ewa shek na dokishi le chukata kia lako ngaga ki le owe hake waniche yahate ela kota oyate ki talk Ochuka wazio ha wakamaka heta shangresha nyaki leo humni wanaonicha wapi kile uke kwake ola nano kaki techa lehani wakame sasa na wa wapa washe naki hechise Taka gada ki onkani ki he akan nashi na one tuwa gada ki le isia onkani ki le tela la kota ki oyate ki yuashte tela na le onkecha ki le RE government ki he foreign dictatorship. The election you have, and cost. Now let rivalry God. That could only one can have that many tractor and one gets that feet. That's a foreign dictate on the Lakotas. That's not ours. Now let rivalry, let what country they call. Eso es, one of the fourth term IRA, Oceti, District 1, 6 communities, 14 years on block. Now that's what he asked the IRA government's keeps 360 degrees. These IRA governments with this foreign dictate called elections that creates rivalry, which creates bad feelings between relatives. It's not our way. And it's not consistent, like Mr. Lee said. For us, every 4 years, every 2 years, election, it's changes. It's not consistent. That's one thing we have to understand where it creates division. The other thing, it creates anger into violence. And that's another Wakanshi called Elakotas. Now the old church said, just those two things that creates, we have to understand that. They call it politics or whatever. But just like that Ota Nupi Kwagaki, Watunaki, Nupi, Le Wakan, Shichaki, you know, like our two scouts that met the Sami, and like their choice of good and bad, we all have that. There's two lanes. We're the only ones that have that. Animals, they live by natural law, which we recognize as our law. And in 2012, the elders, Natao Kolaki, met with at Puerto Rico. In 2004, they came up with a proclamation, and it's a good proclamation. At that time, Dave Baldwin, Hugo Chavez, Venezuela, they got rid of the industries, the oil out of Venezuela. 7% of that was coming here to America. So he had other buyers, and he was establishing a constitution and a military. So like this 1868 treaty, in 2001, the Oceti Oyate Treaty Council filed a violation of the 1868 treaty to the International Court of Justice. Now in there, it has the Montevideo Accord of 1933. And that's not involves the Western Hemisphere. There are 13 South Central American states, the United States. In there, like what Mr. Mean said, nationhood is recognized as a population, a land base, 1851 treaty. Now that government came back, own country came back, as this legal body, that 14 a representation of that government. That's what we're struggling at. And at that time, when Hugo Chavez told our Nachada, Dave Baldwin, that the Lakota Oyate is going to have a seat at the United Nations. And, you know, they said that these CIA techniques on them, those little weapons they got, gave him cancer and he died. But for us here, the challenge is getting the legal body together. Now the Treaty Council's, some opinions, it's a stop war and establishing a pastoral economy, farming and stuff, a pastoral economy. So where that cloud comes in is this IRA government that needs help because there's issues coming on all sides and they're not covering every issue. And these issues affect our people. That's why I said these IRAs, they're not our way of government. And it creates anger, you know, rivalry. But on Sunday, you chanter you hop, nagi, it's nagi, caution. Emma, you have, let's just say, don't share that will got today. We used our whole being and our language. But a lot of these IRA governments, when that was prophesied, predicted that Oceti Sakowin Oyate ki. So now there's two of us that speak Lakota on the IRA government on what power still empty. So I can see that those old guys were telling the truth about what's the system going to do to us. Now there's home Sunday where we need a legal body. I was looking at my notes from 2018, 4 years ago, and we're kind of in the same place again. But at that time, we introduced the Oceti Sakowin Oyate Constitution. And then February 2nd, 2019, we started getting signatures from the men, the elder men, on that Constitution. It spells it out in there. It doesn't say nothing about interior or United States. It's who we are. It recognizes the Sangha, the Chanupo, the 51 Treaty Territory. So now our own signatures on there, we have a legal document that spells out our services to our people. And it recognizes UN doctrines and accords like the UNIDRIP, the right of the child, the right of the woman. It recognizes all those UN documents and it spells it out in there, international law, and traditional law. Now then, yes, got there. Now then, I want me, God, there. Back when this IRA came in, there was a group of elders, families. It went south because the BIA was mostly Oceti and were very paternalistic, challenging. So I had the minutes from that first IRA meeting in April 1935. They wanted this land research because they felt the 87 Allotment Act and the 1889 Act were illegal. Just like everything from 1871 to now, for illegal actions unilateral in the United States. That's how the old dealers talk. So now we have something in writing for these young people. And that's how these young people grow. We need to put that Constitution in Lakota. It's not excluding Lakota and Lakota. But we have something here, a legal document that's signed now that will establish the legal body that we need to represent us globally and at the United Nations. Because this International Court of Justice violation of the 68 Treaty, it's been there since 2001, and no legal body has pushed that through. And the other document is called Indigenous Identity, Theft, and Broad Breed. And those elders are Mateo Kolakichis that signed on to that. That document was sent to everybody, President, all the staff, the White House, they have that document. So those two documents need representation from us, the Oceti Sakowin Oyate. And in there's a lot of education in those two documents. But if we don't establish this legal body on the Ospayas, and the Tuaya is the power base for the Lakotas. That has been attacked, kind of like with the manifesto, attacked us. In the 1870s to 1890s, it was very clear, if you know that period. And those are war crimes. And issues of wounded knee and human remains and relatives coming home. And all these other issues, they came up with a system. And we didn't have a voluntary agreement in place. This was in 1952, in those times. They set aside a percentage of all these resources. It was $3 trillion in 1952. And they mentioned 14 quadrillion. So when I bring this up in IRD and tribal treaty councils, they don't talk to us. But it takes financing of a government, and you have to understand that. So we have a prediction here in the Black Hills, Kasapa. It's a prophecy that 2 miles down there's a mountain of gold that we're sitting on, and the most purest water. Those are the things we need to understand, part of this prediction of what's coming. There's other eons around the planet, iron, these other eons that keep Oceti in balance around the sun, or likely. But now the Inuits are saying, 17 years ago, they said this Earth's wobble. And now that changed up there, they don't have no permafrost no more. The polar bear and some of those animals are having it hard because of this change. The Earth's wobbling. Now they said it's out of orbit. So if we do move together, it has to be a holistic, spiritual movement, because that's who we follow. We follow our spiritual leaders. That's who we follow. We didn't have no voting, no rivalry, no anger, no violence, even though we did have that, you know. All our Kotas weren't Wakan. You know, even today, we had Wakans. Now we're having Chalish that was dead the rule. But these Wakansas, they're still Wakan. They can bring a lot of stuff to us. These Wakansas. That's just sound black. We still have sacredness. And those little sacred beings can lead us, you know. So we talk to us and everybody. So the concept is we have to understand this monetary agreement. And if you base it off of precious metal like gold, then you need to get a line item and a budget breakdown. I talked like that on council that we need to have that budget that we have, 16 million for general fund, tribal monies based off of land and taxes, and over 100 million of grant and contract monies that come in, like for our 638 house, court, law enforcement, housing. Those are all grant monies. But it's not enough. Little Tacosa living up here, got in the pickup, first thing she said was, everything costs money. That's it. So we have a goal and we have what they call, that's a commodity, then we have realty. Now that realty on the Good River, there's a 700,000 acres that they call it Secretary Restoration Order, Deb Island. Oglala has it too. So when these guys came in this Homestead Act, 1806 and 7 and 8, and all these towns, 1910 towns that are on our reservation, those are all opposed to. That brought in these entrymen, they call it, to settle our land on our reservation. The 34 Act cut that, no more allotment. And then the Dust Bowl, all the Washichas moved out because they didn't know how to farm right, you know. Now that's important now, farming and food sovereignty, very important now today. Because we might be facing a famine. They said when there's a pandemic and war, famine comes and pestilence. Just like in that Wakan, those lessons that happen there about preparation and preparing. Going out the edge. Now that 360, Oceti Sakowin. Now that Irish government still keeps you. So we have to get the four bands, our teeth long out there, our families together, and get this legal body under this Constitution and this monetary agreement on financing. I'm here to talk about that. I want us to talk about financing this government, because that's what it's going to take. A lot of the elders aren't here yet, but they said, I got to use this here, to pay my way here. But we got to think about these tapujas. We got to have serious discussion on this monetary agreement. We have a draft we're working on. That would be the last step in order for this legal body to move under this T21 Constitution. It was presented in 2018 to the meeting here, that Constitution. But it was signed February 2nd, 2019, so we're looking for we challenge to sign that. We get committed to our traditional government and representation of that government. It covers everything. The treaty, it covers certain issues, but it doesn't cover la cola que otra, traditional law. And that's what has to be established. And that's where the IRA, you know, if you say this all to them in Lakota, so you have to say it in Lakota, like at the United Nations, Lakota Ulakan in English, so everybody else can understand that. So these two documents, they need a legal body to push them. A violation of 68 treaty, and this indigenous identity theft and fraud was like about 300 pages. And it covers everything on this planet. So that's two documents that have been sitting there that need a legal body to push them and to teach them on to push that issue. And it involves a big territory. It involves all of these extractive industries coming in, like China and all them. And it's negotiating with other countries, Britain and Russia, with other countries. So we have to look at that United Nations, what Hugo gave us. We have a seat there at United Nations. So that's where we're at now. We've been at this for 20 years plus. But it seems like now, the message is coming from our messengers, that now is the time to prove our way under La Cola Gawoka, which the Temple Wakan is at the center of our government, because that host of God belongs to Wakan's God. Black God covered it. We need to mend that root. So the room. So I got that Constitution. Anybody want to sign it? And let's organize it. Let's get that monetary agreement on the table. So you have got me up there.
Question 1, 2, 3. Okay, just to wake you up, I'm going to ask a question here. Not that I'm saying the speeches are boring. How many boss farmers we got in here? Got one over here. All right. What I just heard here was Kani Ungulusi Japi Takoja Iwashke Wataka. Then there's a sense of bringing some finance to it, to the document he has, and we have a seat in whatever they call it, World Court or whatever. Anyway, I'm young at this too. I just started doing this, but I'll learn. So I just want to make an announcement. Lunch will be served at 12:30. I know my brother-in-law's having a tough time with that. And then you're going to go out that door over there on the, I think that's north side, and come back in on the south side. As you get your food, come back in here because we have a special person who's going to speak. And his name is Oceti Sakowin Oyate, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, United States Department of Interior, will speak during lunch. People should grab their plates and come sit back down. You heard it from those who are in charge. We've had some real education here. I think we understand what needs to be done, and I think we're involved. We were involved in one of the longest land disputes ever happening on this continent. Well, we're going to take care of that now. So I guess that's what we're here for. And he wants you to sign that document. He has maybe shared with Nick. And he wants to sort of go over that document. All right, so without doing anything else, as soon as the spirit plate comes in, I'll take care of the prayer. I'll give our spiritual leaders here a break. And I'm going to ask Richard to talk. He's going to tell me to bring the spirit plate, and he can continue. Which one? Oh, okay. So, oh, you got it. Richard. What about hello,
Was that working? Hello? Okay. Hoja kun Todella mission pink. Oika the child LH Oye Treta na Oye Trani Ohana. En fait, we live in a tribal government. Ohana focus na ushi ya someone ki api traditional government, I want to mention traditional government, I want to mention it a little bit. But before, I want to say something and to think about it. Okay. 18 I'm going to wipe out the northern tribes, Lakotas. But remember, when I'm done, I want to go back and I'm going to be the President of the United States. He said he's going to be the President of the United States. He told the Washington people, he told them I'm going to be the United States President. But today, the United States government, Washington people, they're still waiting for General Custer. We have to go over there and tell them, Washington, we're going to tell them General Custer is dead long time ago. General Custer. Treaty 8 years later. Dead, right there is dead. We still win, we still have our rights, our way of life. We still have our own way of life. General, it's not General, but Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull, Radiant Face, there's all other warriors. And Cheyenne, Montana were allies with Cheyenne, Montana, and Lakota Oyate. We wiped out General Custer. The 1868 treaty is dead right there. Oh, and I said, let's just think about that. Maybe I lied. Just to think about that. But that's what they were, Oyate were saying. Well, Hatuki, Teoshire, we say Teoshire. 1980, the Secretary of Interior came, and he came here, Rapid City, have a meeting, and he talks. I want you to know who you are, where you come from. You have to prove who you are. If you don't prove who you are, I consider as the United States government. And that's coming. That's coming. We don't know what's going to happen after the Democrat. If Republican into the office again, we're done. We're done. They're going to wipe us away. Just like Uncle Yankee had. Today, Russia and another country that were fighting, I'm afraid that might happen here. They're going to make us fight. They're going to make us fight over like this. They're going to make us fight over our land. a Theospire today. I organized our own Theospire. A staff, a Sangyeki, and a Hochobaki, and a Shanubaki, and Shanshebaki, and Petaki, and a wheat carrier, and a spiritual government, or now much a civil government, traditional government and civil. Somebody mentioned about money. Where are we going to get the money? How are we going to make the money? That's where the economic. We have to build our own economic. So that's where language, education, ceremony, healthcare, government, kinship, spiritual, housing. We have to do all of our own on the economic side. But there's another government, is a traditional government. That's who we are, traditional and economic. That we have to, we're all educators, huh? We're all PhD degree here. We could start our own economic development. Who's supposed to do that for us? So-called a tribal government. What did they do for us? What did they do? I don't see nothing. They didn't do nothing for us for over 80 years. It's not working. So get back to our own traditional government. We have to make our own economic government. We need some good directors. We need some good business managers. We are a landowner. Over 13 million of acres, we're the landowners. How are we going to manage that? How are we going to manage the Black Hills? How are we going to manage Black Hills? How are we going to make our own 1851 treaty? We have to have our young generation educate them. Let's educate them. There's balance. We have right brain, we have left brain. Today we're on the left brain. We need to use our right brain. Decolonize. We have to decolonize ourselves today. We have to decolonize all our quota. We don't have no constitution. There is no constitution. That's what she drew, constitution. That's our constitution. Our way of life. That's our constitution. Our Shikuki is different. That's where we have to decolonize that. I kind of have a little bit of health care problem. I have a heart pacer, and my heart is not really good deal sometimes. I think I had a stroke when my tongue is stroke, so I can't talk that long too much. So I think that's what
Let's check down on you over. Oh, bueno. Hosteo,
Oh, we got it. We got or cheese buffalo. Could we trust Oyate? I already travel council members Obani, Nuba. So the Takuya Kuaki Isha Hechitula. Naya Okachi. Ona la kota o spai hecha ila taku ya kuaki le hecha tula na ila o papsi. Ta he hae la o chicha ka wa chino. Plama.
Oh, when I void and now oh, c'è oh, oh, oh.
Trustee. I think I'll just wait till after lunch and let everybody eat. Is that okay? But just don't forget me next time.
I'm sorry if we forgot you. I'm blind too, so. When you tell my age, you might be surprised. I'm 74 years old. So I'm older than Rick. So I don't even say which one. Maybe both of them. But I don't know as much as they do. But anyway, we had some interesting discussions and sharing. And it's moving right along according to schedule. So, hoping that food gets here, that plate. Sometimes they don't know how to put the food on that plate. I had one of my little granddaughters put the food on a plate, so she put big old chunks on it. And she said, the spirits there's a lot of spirits. She said, so yeah, they eat.
Quickly.
Okay.
Speaking English, I would. You already introduced myself, and I think part of this here planning is that our people need to get an organized delegation in place and get the ball rolling. You know, we have a lot of things that happened to our people in the last 200 years, maybe about 500 years. And I think we have to bring what we call the crimes of genocide, start that ball rolling, because they exterminated the buffalo, they almost wiped out our people, they contaminated our rivers, our air, our land, they took our children, put them in boarding schools, Christianized them, sent them off to missionaries. And so there's a lot of crimes that have been committed against our people, starting from 1851. And 1851 was a nation-to-nation treaty that was signed. And my father always said, "Stand on 1851." That was nation-to-nation. We were not under duress. In 1868, we were under duress. There's some papers that were taken out of Cherry Creek. And Cherry Creek, they had a meeting after they left Fort Laramie. And they said that they had to sign those papers under duress because there's Gatling guns and axes pointed at them, so they had to sign those treaties since then. So I think from 1851, we started in 1851 and we build on that as a nation. You know, we have a history of the Oceti Sakowin that needs to be brought up, you know. And a lot of people don't like to bring it up because it pertains to the female gender. The females were very involved in the decision making of our nation. And so today we treaty, when we talk treaty, that was just a men talk treaty, but They didn't understand what happened to the Oceti Sakowin, the history that happened where they got wiped out with their leadership. And so protecting the women, the men didn't allow the women to sign those treaties starting in 1851. And so those are little things that we need to educate our people on, that women can be involved in helping bring this nation together. So I think we need to start with a lawsuit that will bring the U.S. government to understand who we are, because the crimes of genocide, if you look at the war that's happening in Ukraine, that's what they're talking about. That they were a nation, they had their own culture and all that, and they're getting wiped out. And this is the same concept that happened to us. And so we have to use that same concept and get the attention that we need to put the crimes of genocide on them. For what happened to our people, our animal nation, our medicines, our water, and our health and welfare. And so the reparations, there was a lot of things that were taken out of your lands, a lot of valuable. And they make billions of dollars off of land every year. So just think about those. Hokai.
We'll be meeting during the prayer.
The door on this side, I think that's the north door, or that's what I'll call it. You come in on this door, come back in. Elderly go first. If you're an elderly, if you're not, it's okay. But it's good food. So
watching and get that food, get that lunch. Let's all eat together. So right now, this is still rolling. We're going to get room audio. There's going to be a speaker, right? During the
But is there a way to like buy a thing that says like lunch break or something like that? Like
I don't have it.
That's okay. I mean,
right now it's rolling. They can hear us right here.
Do you want to put the Hisafa gathering thing up? Yeah. I
We'll
think
be back.
that'll be okay. Yeah, that'll be okay.
We're currently breaking for lunch. So if you're watching, get some food, and we'll be back live within an hour.
Not as old as
So Okay, so
That would be
Zipka macha kolona. Cholo la kota macha na aski lupi tush. Kolea peti ki yuha na wachio ke chaya. Chote yuha mawash na yuha na hi chaya wopila ichicha kule. Kolea peti ki nicha ki washte na taku yuha na wopila ka washte. Na takuya chana hantas Oyate ki uchoza na uchoni yuhapiko na wakaja ki na uchocha mokoche yuhapiko na lakota pite na uchoza slolikte chahe yuha ya wuga ya chote mawashi na shte. O hani nichaje ki nitoka shila sam shak be chaje yuha na vichasha 1800 cha petu toki cha vichasha ki zuya vichasha na taku kanka ichana cha sa chaje wanabuhana chi omani cha big responsibility. It's good to see everyone. My name is Wizita. I'm from Sicholo Lakota Oyate, and I come from the Ashke Lupi Rap Band. I serve as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the U.S. Department of Interior. In this role, I help to oversee many of the programs of the Bureau, or all of the programs of the Bureau of Education, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Bureau of Trust Fund Management, including our various other offices, including the Office of Indian Economic Development. And I've been in that role for 5-6 months now. And a lot of the work that we're doing is around land and co-stewardship. And that's why we've been invited to be here today to speak. A part of our work is about being honest about our past and acknowledging our past. And soon, we're expecting to be releasing our boarding school report, in which we discuss and acknowledge the role that boarding schools had in Indian country, and acknowledging that the children were taken, and that language and culture, that efforts were made to separate children from their language and culture. And that's something that we're acknowledging and looking at a way to begin moving forward. We can't talk about that if we're not also talking about land, because our language and our land and our culture cannot be separated. As a part of this, we have also launched what we call our Homelands Initiative. And this is about looking at ways in which we can assist and help Native nations begin to strengthen their homelands and to begin reconnecting with their traditional homelands, and to begin looking at ways in which to bridge that loop using the existing authorities that we have. Last November, we issued 4 documents that are help to inform part of this policy as that we move forward and develop this. One of those policies was a memorandum on indigenous traditional ecological knowledge that was issued by the White House Council on Environmental Quality. And it was a memorandum to all of the agencies that said traditional ecological knowledge, which is basically knowledge of indigenous people should be taken into account when we make decisions. And so that provides a very kind of big and fundamental component of how we should start moving forward and making decisions. The second was an interagency memorandum on protection and access of sacred sites. And that we need to be working together as a whole federal government to begin working with tribal native nations on how we can help ensure the protection and access of those sacred sites. Another memorandum was on treaty rights. And again, this is about protection and access of treaty rights and also the protection of those treaty rights themselves. And then fourth was the joint secretarial order issued by Secretary Holland and Secretary Vilsack of USDA for stewardship. And essentially what that order directed federal government and federal employees at USDA Interior is to be working with Native nations and tribes on how to engage in co-stewardship. And co-stewardship can mean a lot of different things. It can mean everything from access all the way up to actual management of a piece of land, right? So we're talking about management of a wildlife refuge or management of a national park or other federal land. And so that's part of our work. That's what we're doing. And we're working with many tribes and coalitions of indigenous people all across the country on these initiatives. And part of our work should include the people here and the land here. When we think about when incorporating our indigenous language and our indigenous knowledge into this, it's important that we also really think about what that means. And the first thing that comes to mind is wool thing. And I heard some folks use that term and talk a little bit about that. And in English, maybe the best way to translate that is natural law or Gashila's law. And we know from the beginning that Gashila sent the lawbringer to us. And with that, he set the first laws and helped establish the first directions. And Khabe did that work with his sons. Later, when we were much later, when we were in human form, don't know the exact date, but Oceti came as Sakowin Oyate, and she brought the pipe, which is the wool, the law under the pipe. And so when we look at our traditional ecological knowledge, that's where it begins. And it's important that we find ways to incorporate that law into co-stewardship and how we're going to look after the land. And so I think that those are fundamental and foundational principles. We're also aware of the history, a complicated history of what happened when Lakota were put onto the reservations and other tribes. There was a form of government that we had that worked. We know that when operating under our traditional government, that there were no orphans. If one person went hungry, everyone went hungry. The children were put first and taken care of. There was no murder. If there was, it was dealt with swiftly. And the people were called upon to act and to a higher standard. There was no lying. Those people who lied were ostracized. There was very little abuse, and if there was abuse, it was dealt with swiftly, and a lot of times very harshly. We also know that when we were put onto the reservations, that a lot of that changed. And that when we were taken to the boarding schools, that a lot of that changed. And that a different form of government was imposed. And that the current laws and the current systems are based upon that system. And as we think about moving forward and the path forward, we have to begin thinking about revitalization. We have to acknowledge the history in the past, acknowledge that these things happened, and then find a way to move forward. Because I think that when I hear people talk, what I'm hearing is that there's, and we've talked about this, or heard this since I was a little boy, that we need to begin thinking about a traditional form of government. We also know that we're probably not going to get there overnight, but that we can begin taking steps to move in that direction. And that we need to think creatively. One of the things that often heard growing up and still hear in ceremony is that we have to have a vision, something higher and bigger that we're all working towards. And that we also understand that there's various laws that we have to work under. The laws can be interpreted, laws can be changed, and that we have to do everything within our power to begin moving in that direction. When we look at our traditional knowledge and we look at our ceremonies, the one thing that we always know is that Oceti Sakowin Oyate, through that we can accomplish miracles. My daughter carries a name that was given to our her great grandmother, my great grandmother, and that's Oceti Sakowin Oyate. And that name comes from a ceremony in which a person was brought back to life, and they stood up and took 4 steps, and so that name was given in remembrance and recognition of that ceremony, that miracle. And we are always heard over and over again. We keep hearing it. Anything is possible. Anything is possible if everyone has one heart, one mind. And there's disagreements and there's different opinions, and we can work those things out. We also understand that when we look at co-stewardship, that there are many different stakeholders involved, and that there is no one right path, and that the right path is one that everyone agrees to and can work together on. And when we look at other examples of co-stewardship, it involves many different stakeholders. Grassroots, sometimes tribal governments, and informal groups as well. And that when we think about moving forward, we, as the federal government, are willing to and happy and want to work with people to figure out a path forward and to find creative ways in which to accomplish this work. Because we need it. When Indigenous people bring their knowledge about the land and how to manage the land, then we know that Indigenous people are going to do it in a way that is going to be good for the earth, for Chimaka, and good for the people, for all people. And so this is not a favor to the tribes. This is a benefit to the entire United States when tribes do this. And we see the impacts of climate change. We see what is happening to the ecosystems. In the Northwest, we see what's happening to the fish. In the Great Lakes, we see what's happening in the Southwest. We see the drought and what's happening to the plants and the animals and the ecosystems there, and in the West, in California. And we know that there was a great devastation that happened in this part of the country when the buffalo were all killed. And that restoring those natural ecosystems is going to take that traditional knowledge that the people here have. So this is an endeavor that is needed. We know that the tribes want this, that our people want this in some way. But really, bringing this forward is something that's needed. Khan needs this. Our planet, our ecosystems need this. And so this is work that's beyond and bigger than any one single individual. It's bigger than any single office or group or tribal government or even the federal government. This is work on behalf of the entire planet. We know that indigenous people, from their stories, from the prophecies, from the management practices, have been told that part of the work that indigenous people have to do, to be the reminder of the way in which to live closely and work closely with the land. It's going to be important that the coalition, I'm not saying it needs to be called a coalition, but a group of the stakeholders, those with the traditional knowledge, those with tribal government, the spiritual leaders, the leaders of women, that everyone come together to move forward with this. And we are committed to working with this group, whatever group comes together, to develop a plan that we can then move forward. Say that again, we're committed to working with the group that comes together to develop a plan to move forward. Is it going to be perfect? Probably not. Is it going to be ultimately what everyone wants? Where we ultimately want to be? Where tribes ultimately want to be? Probably not. You know, we also want to be real clear. In no way, shape, or form are we talking about anything to have to do with settlement. That we won't even talk about that. That's not ever going to be on the table. I would never be a part of any discussions like that. What we're talking about is a way to practically assert management of these lands. It's also very, very important that the Wo'ote and Chanukwa Wo'ote be at the lead, because we've been told we have to take indigenous traditional ecological knowledge into account, and that's what we've been told as federal officials. At the same time, through spiritual guidance, some of the folks that have been here have also been told that Chanukwa Wo'ote and that Wo'ote has to be at the center and be at the forefront of decision-making processes. What that ultimately looks like, the form, is where everyone is going to have to put their heads together. A lot of times in ceremonies, we're told, we gave you a brain, use it. Figure your way out. Use your brain to figure out a process. And I think that is going to be the challenge. And folks like me and quite frankly my bosses are going to be there to work through all of this with everybody. led by you, but we'll be at the table to help work all of these issues out to find a path forward. When I talked at the beginning about acknowledging our past, in order to move forward, we would have to look at the past and understand where we've been and what has happened. And what we're beginning as Indigenous people, from a policy standpoint, is to begin thinking about what revitalization looks like. To begin thinking about what revitalization looks like. What does homelands look like? What does restoring homelands look like? What can be accomplished in the short term? What can be accomplished in the long term? What does language revitalization look like? And so these are small steps, but these are important steps that we're going to need advocacy and consensus around. In our fiscal year 23 budget request to Congress, $10 million requested there for land acquisition. This is a line item that has not been ever utilized in many, many years. Since the 1930s, CFR 25, developed in the 1930s, had a line item for the acquisition of tribal lands. Probably one of the first times in 70, 80 years that we were requesting funding under this. It's only 10 million, so it's not a lot, but it's the first time it's started. We requested $20 million to support native language immersion programs. Now, we know that the need's probably greater, but this is a big, big increase to what was already there. So land and language. It's also important that we begin to think about supporting traditional governance structures. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, we received around $200 million for climate resilience projects and planning. And earlier in the month, we released our notice of funding opportunity for $46 million in grants. And in that grant, you get, as one of the questions, is how will Indigenous language and traditional governance structures be incorporated into your project? And you get actual points, grant points in your grant application for incorporation of Indigenous language and traditional governance structures. So, might be small steps, but they're steps that have really never been taken before. So, I would encourage the group that as you begin to think about this and how to organize and begin thinking about developing a plan, to think about how language is going to be incorporated, how traditional governance structures are going to be incorporated, and how all of this work is going to contribute towards the revitalization of our people. I don't have too much more to say, except again to emphasize that in this work and what we're doing in other places with other Indigenous people, Native nations, and coalitions across the country, is that groups of people are coming together to push these things forward. And there's some national examples that we can look to as examples of this. There's a lot of great work happening with other tribes, the Great Lakes, Northwest, and the Southwest. And that similar work can happen here. And in that work, you have a partner, you have someone, not just me, but you have leadership who says, we want to be there right at the table with you to develop a plan and a path forward. Because it's not only the right thing to do, it's necessary. We need this to begin to save our planet. So with that, I'll end it. And if there are any questions, I'll answer those to the best of my ability, answer a few questions. But just also to say, thank you to all of you for your time and for your hard work and your diligence on this. And on a very personal note, been hearing about this kind of stuff since I was a little boy. Maybe we can go from talking to doing. So yeah, leave it there if there's any questions. I can do my best to answer those.
I have a quick question. The last time we heard you speak, a couple of weeks ago, maybe even a couple months ago, you talked about a window of opportunity, maybe a door that may be open, and with the current administration. And we've seen, as you mentioned, a number of different tribes who have taken advantage or maybe have benefited from that. Can you maybe put into context the larger issues that we've talked about earlier today, as opposed to maybe meeting that window of opportunity with Secretary Holland and your position with the USDA as well?
Yeah, as everyone knows, we're in administration. Once elected, it's 4 years, and if they're re-elected, they get 8 years. We're our time in months, so we're about 18 months in on 48 months. So whatever that is, we got 32 months left, right? Under the current leadership. So that's how we think about it. We think about this time frame in months, and some people in weeks. And so I think time is of the essence. And that I think that the quicker that we can move, the more chance of success. Sometimes these deals can happen fairly quick, but sometimes it takes a while. I'll use one example that we announced recently, last month. So there's a tribe in Virginia called the Rappahannock tribe. They received federal recognition in 2018. And when they received federal recognition, they had no land. Not a single acre. And a couple of years ago, they purchased 1 acre. And that was all they had. And last month, they were working with a conservation group, and the conservation group purchased 466 acres, put it into conservation, and then gifted it to the tribe. And that's and so the conservation easement that was put on it was through the Fish and Wildlife Service. And we expect that the tribe will probably petition to have that land put into trust. And if there ever was an example of land back, that would be the tribe getting land back, right? Land return. And, sounds small, like where we measure ours in the tens of thousands of acres, and, but for them who had nothing, that was huge. That was very significant and meaningful for them. So, but that deal was in the works for years in the works. And it just kind of happened to all coalesce and come together at that very moment. So from a timing standpoint, I would recommend, again, this is a recommendation that a request, and I know it's been kind of different requests, but I think that it's kind of getting everyone on the same page to begin thinking about having regular working group meetings with us, being a part of it. We can't lead for the tribe, but we can be at the table listening and provide advice and technical assistance on what we can and can't do, and kind of the legal path forward. I think that might be a good path forward, and we're getting ready to go into Sundance season, so that becomes a little bit harder, but maybe something before June and maybe something in August time frames, but to really put some concrete things on paper to kind of start that process, and I think that would probably be well received.
Yeah, I had some comment on this government-to-government relationship between IRA governments and the federal government. There's an inability there, and we were fighting for consultation, coordination, communication, and there was one more C. There was 4 C's about 20 years ago. And we wanted to be at the table and talking with the IRA elected officials right now. We wanted to be at the table with the federal government agencies and their secretaries. And we weren't. I think Secretary Norton and this other one started. We came out with a bad this is not consultation, we wore that. And we used the National Congress of American Indians at that time, the Great Plains, with 16 tribes there. We got Tex Holland there as the president. And we were really active, pretty strong, lobbyists and everything. But it's not like that today. You go to those caucuses at National Congress of American Indians, you only not bad down there. Alaska, the whole room's full of them, and they're going over consultation issues with the federal government. So now we have legislative, they call them STAC, Secretary Tribal Advisory Committees, finally. And the Interior has it too. They're asking for someone to be on this advisory committee to the Secretary of Interior. So we need key people in there that really know their stuff. And that's what I believe. If we get the wrong people in there, and because this is going to push this hard, you really have to have a strong voice, and you have to have a lot of knowledge, like ambassador training. So all these secretaries they have consultation and advisory committees. That's all, they're just advisory. Okay, go back to Biden's consultation nation to nation. Our people, our land, our government, our representation. We need that movement now. The IRAs have a constitution that spells out what they provide. And this constitution over here, which is each one, they recognize the 51 treaty, recognize the ceremony, international doctrines and codes of laws, traditional law, and the Elders Council is in there. So it elevates our elders to a governing body of decision makers. It doesn't, like IRA, if you have elders in there, they don't even listen to them. So this nation to nation, we're at the verge now. We need to get this going now because of all of these issues. Like I say, I use a 360 because they're coming in like this. And they're not being addressed by these tribal governments. Just like how the federal government was pretty much failed U.S. citizens too, failure. But right now we have a chance that this secretary being federal. That way, the next one will be a president, maybe a Lakota will be a president. This next president is supposed to give our land back. And that's been said too. So we're facing climate change, we're facing racial injustice, but this healthcare and then this economy that's in that nation to nation, those 4 things we need to establish now. And it's gonna go back to food and water, just the basics, you know, shelter, all that. But I wanted to share that because I'm hoping with the advisory committees that Secretary Holland's gonna have, that there's somebody from here, hopefully we'll get somebody from the Great Plains to be on there. That's going on right now. And if the tribal governments aren't consulting, we're losing out. And I bet you the tribal governments aren't consulting. We fought for that. We're here now. Are they fighting for that? So that side and our side now is we don't need nobody to tell us. It's up to us on our Lakwila Economic, our traditional government. That's up to us. And in that United Nations Declaration, it says that we have a choice to be a community, domestic, dependent under foreign dictate, or a nation. So that choice is ours now. So we need a legal document and we need legal representation. Why not? No.
There's that, what he's talking about is a staff, secretarial, tribal advisory committee. This is a group, there'll be one representative from each of the 12 regions that will be a committee that advising the secretary directly on a regular basis. So nominations on that close May 9th, I think, and so it'd be good to get those into us.
I have one quick question. Is it possible for promulgation of a new regulation regarding land, where land can be acquired by Indians off reservation and be protected without having to go into trust?
There are probably some ways. I'll get myself in trouble if I try to get too technical with it. But right now, and if folks are preparing their comments, we are redoing our land into trust regulations, right? And we have proposed regulations out there, and one of the things that is in that current draft is a specific purpose to take land into trust can be for conservation or to acquire land. And then we're looking at every kind of legal authority we do have. We actually have a line item where, again, we have a congressional line item to acquire land, but we also have a line item where we can receive funding to acquire land on behalf of the tribe as well. And that's an authority that we really haven't historically utilized. But when we look at conservation easements and other kinds of protections, those are some things that can be explored, as well as we're really talking interior, but also USDA has mechanisms to put land into conservation, and you can actually, once it's in conservation, you can actually get paid to put that land into conservation. So that's kind of a whole suite of tools that we're looking at to try to move this forward as we think about our Tribal Homelands Initiative.
I got a question over here.
Yeah.
Question over here.
Thank you. My name is Tanya Stans. My Lakota name is Tokia Kahunwi. And my question for you is, we do a lot with going to the permits and projects that come to the Black Hills on state, federal, even local level. And so the issue that we have where it doesn't reach the people is it stops, these notifications per, the Black Hills land claim, that it goes to these 16 tribes. So these permit notices go to the tribes, right? And it goes to the president of each of these tribes, and then it goes to the TIPOs, and then it stops there. So, and then when we, because I advocate for that, and so what happens, I mean, it's supposed to go through the land committee, because the land committee is, you know, you take it there, and then it's supposed to go on to the tribal council, because that's how these permits operate. They see government to government process, and that process is the tribal government, which is the tribal council. So the issue is these TIPOs get these notifications, these presidents get these notifications, and they don't, and they say they have no resources or whatever to tell the people about what's happening. And then on top of that, they have these TIPO codes that they operate off. And in our TIPO code with the Velocity Tribe, there's only and under that code it says a 3-member advisory. So really, you know, the reality is like, they're assaulting, you know, they're raping, they're, you know, desecrating the Black Hills. And there's supposed to be a fluid, flowing process that it reaches to the people, so the people can stand up for themselves in these sacred sites. And so, you know, what we would like to see from the people is these TIPOs to be given these resources, to have social media, you know, to report these, and you know, that's what they say, that's the problem, right? But when you go to look at other tribes, some of the California tribes, the Pueblos, they put those permits out themselves. So, you know, I wish that was an easier process, but that is a big red flag for all of us. And so if you can take that back and let them know that, you know, there's a huge, it's corruption, you know, that's how we deal with corruption. And right now, you know, on our homelands and on the Pioneers Reservation, there's you know, back in the day they upheld this no mining resolution, and now they're mining for gravel, you know, and it was illegally done, and there's a lawsuit, and they're still proceeding with this gravel. And the people that live up there, they have these ceremonial sites, and they have they practice. They're active practitioners, but it's not stopping anything. And so, see, that's again, they said they went to the TIPO, and the TIPO didn't tell nobody, you know. And then they didn't tell the people, and then it was like cart before the horse process. And so now they already let them dig and desecrate and destroy. So, you know, with this land back with the Black Hills, you know, it's always, the people need roads, and we all understand that, because we all live on dirt roads, and we come from gumbo, so we know, you know, how to deal with gumbo, but it's really an issue, you know, dealing with that due process, and once these notifications hit, and it doesn't go anywhere, you know, it's like a really, it's like dead water, it's like dead, something just dead stops right there. And they don't tell nothing, they don't say nothing. But what we learned was that if you become a part of that process, if you become a part of that permit process, we learned that from DAPO, we learned that from Cape South. You know, they open up these permits for water permits, you know, the permit itself. So the people need that. They need that resource so we can intervene. And that's for treaty councils, that's for spiritual leaders, you know, different practitioners can stand up for our spiritual rights and our spiritual freedoms. You know, that's a First Amendment right. But they ignore that. And they're like, you know, it's like this, it's selfish. They think that they can handle it all, and then they don't actually handle it. It's hidden behind closed doors. We don't get to participate, you know. So, you know, we're talking about all this land back and, you know, all these issues, but that has to be dealt with, these notifications and why it stops there. It's like a failure in this due process, and it doesn't reach the people. And the people don't get to participate and submit evidence and become witnesses and call their own witnesses and expert witnesses. You don't need to be a lawyer to do that. You just need to be an intervener in that process. But if they don't tell us about it, then how can we stop it? So, and around here it's really hard to gather all these tippos, you know, and get them together and get on that same boat of, you know, the same movement to stop that. Just because it just keeps happening. You know, it keeps getting worse, and permits keep increasing. And, you know, even with Biden in there, you know, go green, yeah, everybody's saying go green, go solar, go wind. You know, those are coming from rare earth. And then the rare earth permits are coming up over the Bear Lodge Mountains, over by what they call now Devil's Tower. So, and now more gold claims are coming up. There's an increase of residents coming to South Dakota because of Christine Ohm, you know, telling her everybody to move here, it's great. Well, they're coming for the Black Hills. And so we don't have, if the tippos and the tribal government, the land committees, they don't want to hear these permits, and they're, you know, it's like a dead water. So all I can say about that is it doesn't move. It's dead. And it becomes toxic. So if you can report that back and let them know, you know, that is really a great injustice for our people, and that's why we can't, you know, I don't know how to say it really, but it's just really messed up. You know, it's really an injustice to the people and the practitioners and our quote-unquote religious freedoms, you know, because we're supposed to have access to those sites. A lot of those sites are in that permit area, you know, and then if we can prepare for that and get ready for that, and let her know, you know, they're really great with their water issues. You know, the Sutter Pueblo and what was it, Browner versus City of Albuquerque, and that was our ceremonial use, you know, with the water. And if we can organize like that and call the people together just on those topics, that would help, because they don't even understand that we have supreme dominance and sovereign inherent right on our waters. But what's come, everybody gets Missouri River water, and that should be our first protection, you know. Sorry, just a little long-winded, but it's really an overall big story, you know, on how these are happening. So thank you for representing us up there. And I don't want to speak, but I got pretty good. Sorry.
Question up here.
Just wanted to just respond to just help with some information. We've been having, so the Sacred Sites Working Group has been having listening sessions to get, you know, those kind of comments. And also the ITEC Working Group has been having listening sessions to get comments from the Indian country as well. And just so everyone knows, listening, there's a difference between consultation and listening session, right? When we have consultation, it's usually with the government. When we have a listening session, anyone can participate. So when we have those listening sessions, you know, we're inviting everyone to, anyone interested to participate. We have, I think there's another one next Friday, I think, actually. But if I get your email, then I can, you know, kind of give you some more information on the kind of notification processes that we're kind of talking about.
Depending on who you talk to or what you read, there's something like 574 tribes in the U.S. I'm trying to picture how all that is going to be put together. Back in February, in the meeting, we received a packet, and in that packet was draft ordinance and draft resolution. So if all these 574 tribes submit what they're supposed to submit, resolutions, ordinances, and more, I'm sure you guys are preparing for that. I don't know how that's going to look, but once all 574 tribes submit what they have to Secretary Helen's office, what happens next? Pardon me?
Resolutions for which?
We received in our packets in February resolutions or charters that I think we have to put together. Each tribe has to put together and submit that. I think, is that correct? Can somebody help me?
It's just for the.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So that was, I think, was a process that was kind of unique to this work here. And when again, like every area and every tribe is different. Right? So for example, with our work up in Alaska, because there are 270 some tribes up there, which are really the Alaska Native villages, they work in consortiums. They might have 50 Alaska Native villages or more working together as a consortium. And so for example, some of our work is directly with that consortium. And so everything is a little bit unique. There's other groups like down south at the Pueblos, they have a whole group that they have, where they all work together. It's called the All Indian Pueblo Council. And it's all the Pueblos, and they're able to come together on certain issues and they speak for all the Pueblos together as one voice. So everybody's all unique and everyone's going to be a little bit different.
Still, there's going to be a lot of documents submitted for approval or clearance, correct?
It would just depend. It would really just depend.
So let's take our group. Let's say we submitted what we're supposed to submit, the charter, resolution, whatever else. So once it all gets to Secretary Helen's office, and as I understand, we can submit that directly to her, to the office. She takes a look at it. What does she do with it after that?
For that particular one, that's kind of that would be a routine kind of review. And my understanding is typically that review actually happens in the region, and then it's either approved or submitted back for any revisions. But really, the only review is to make sure that it doesn't violate any law. And so that things like that are fairly routine.
So Secretary Helen approves that from her office?
Yeah, there's a process for that, yeah.
I have a question. It's a simple question, but let me introduce myself. My name is Wendell Yellow. I'm from the Ottawas, God's country. But what I wanted to ask is, okay, so as you know, what's going on here is to create a government. And the government itself is created that represents us as the IRA. It was sanctioned by the United States government. So my question is, if we form our governance, our governing body, who would the United States government entertain us as living entities that represents all 7 bands? And what would be the process, what we would need to do to get it confirmed? Because if we don't get it confirmed, then all we are is just a group of 7 bands. But we have inherent rights, but we still have to get recognized as a governance. And so I was kind of curious because IRA got recognized by Secretary of Interior, some office or some kind of charter. And so they get all the resources. They're actually a distribution center for our resources based on a peace agreement. And so now, what's going to happen once we get organized, or do we get the same resources to distribute to our members? Do you think you could find that out? I know this is a process, and will they be able to recognize us as a living governing government?
Yeah, the quick answer is that it would probably require an act of Congress in order to get put on what's called a list act tribe, right? So 574 federally recognized tribes, but there are and can be entities that are able to receive direct federal funding even though they're not a federally recognized tribe in that sense. So there's mechanisms to be able to have create entities where resources can flow for that, and we'd be happy to provide kind of a process on some answers in terms of what that would look like.
And the other question would probably is, as you know, we get membership. The two things required for membership is lineal descent. The blood fund really doesn't apply to the Teospai system. But what I'm saying is, do we need to follow their kind of format and get all the signatures of all those that want to go underneath, if we were going to call it the Oceti Sakowin? Would we need to have them support that organizational structure? What do you think?
I think that's up to the people, right? To kind of come back and say this is what we want.
Because long ago, the American government, when it first came, a lot of people didn't want to change. They were really comfortable with England being the sovereign for them. We might be facing the same because we have IRA government, which a lot of us have become comfortable with it. And they defined it as Tories, the relationship with the, because I have a history in American history, so I understand, will we be require the same, because we relinquish our rights as the IRA. And I was talking to my late chief, Val Rooney, a long time ago, and he said we lost our people status with this government. And we need to develop something new that would incorporate the people. But would we still have the same, you asked, would we have the same problem that a lot of them would want to leave the IRA government and the membership to embrace this Oceti Sakowin?
Those are all a lot of good questions. Some big questions that I don't have a full answer. We could probably spend all day kind of working those questions out. But I'm gonna give you the mic back and have the meeting continue. But again, I just wanted to say Wopila Chicha hello to everyone here, and really looking forward to continuing the conversation. Wopila.
All right, let's all put our heads on the table. We'll sleep for it.
Oh yeah, I wanted to clarify a few questions and issues that came up. One was, in our original proposal on the other meetings, we talked about doing a Section 17 that falls under the IRA that would go through the process. Part of the questions you were talking about, in approval in that way. After ceremony, yeah, we're not going to do that no more. We're not going to pursue the Section 17 because Section 17 falls underneath the IRA. When it comes to the Black Hills, the tribes can pursue Section 17 for other endeavors all they want. They already have that right. But as it comes to the Black Hills, the direction was given clear. So I want to clarify that we're not proceeding with that. And I think, I think this is actually simpler than we're making it. I think the main thing is that what they didn't want was it to be underneath the IRA. They didn't want the decisions of the HESAPA to be governed underneath the IRA. It doesn't mean that we can't use the IRA for tools to help us process resources or play an administrative function, as long as the decisions are made over here. And if you think about it, that's the way it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be that the IRA was an administrator and wasn't acting as a government in the first place. And so, you know, I think we can think about that. I also think that we have to make a decision as a people that we're not going to right now, here today, solve every single one of the issues that's laid out. We have to work towards all of those things. Work towards many of the questions that you brought up. We can be working towards those things. And I think that'll be a process. At the same time, I don't think that HESAPA can wait. Given what Hankashi Tanya was talking about and what's happening up here. And so, you know, I think that one of the proposals or one of the ideas that I just wanted to put out there, and I was thinking about this after the ceremony, is that if we're a people made up of societies, why don't we create a society that is focused on the HESAPA? And, you know, the concept or idea of calling it the HESAPA Makoche Okola Kichie. And underneath that society, you can put all of the Teoshpais can select who their leaders are. That's not the business of organizations. That's the business of Teoshpais. And however those Teoshpais select their leaders, then those leaders will represent these different lands in this decision-making body of this Okola Kichie for the purpose of protecting and caretaking for the HESAPA. And so I wanted to put that out there because that entity could sit up here, the HESAPA Makoche Okola Kichie, and it can hold the power and the decision-making power as directed by our natural laws. And it can tell other entities to play administrative roles in the fulfilling of its responsibilities. But it can't be the other way around. And I think, you know, being somebody who went before the spirits, if we created something like this, that's something we can take back to them and say, you gave us direction and it came back to you with something that both adheres to these laws, to the WOPE, but also is functional right now too. So I'm just thinking outside of the box here and wanted to plant this idea because after the ceremony, I was like, shit, I'm good. I brought my son to that meeting and I said, hey, did you listen to everything in that ceremony? And he said, yeah. I said, okay, well that sounds like some new stuff then, because it's gonna be hard and techy. But that, and so I wanted to propose this idea because it's a possibility for us to move forward. It's a possibility for us to move forward. And it puts the power, the decision-making power in this situation back on the hands of the people. I know I have to go back to my Teoshpai, and we have to talk about, go through a process to decide who is going to represent us. And I look around in this room, we all have that too. And this potential idea, structure could create that. So I wanted to put that out there, and I think that the administrative functions could play a bunch of roles But I wanted to clarify, that was one of the questions that came up. And this time, I know that one of the things that since we first started talking about this effort, we talked about the role of the WIA and the women in decision-making, in traditional governance, and the role that they will play in the efforts to get our land back and to get the Heisapa back. And I think it's really important for us to have those conversations because a lot of decision-making has been taken away from our WIA, from our women in our societies. It was taken by colonization. It was taken through some of these structures that we're talking about. And this is some of the very things of why I think the spirits are also saying we can't go through their structure over here. We have to go back and revitalize our own. And so I wanted to hand it over to some of the women and some of the WIA in the room to share their perspective on that and to create space here for that part of this conversation as we start to move towards action.
In our history, the women came together, spoke of the issues, the things that are happening among the people. And the women talked about these things, discussed it, made decisions about what should be done or what our men, the elders, what they need to pursue and advise the men in the Tioshkai, in the home, of what our tribes, our people should be going after, or what direction they ought to be going. And the women have a power and a process in the decision making and advise the men in the families, in the circles, and those information, that knowledge was passed and shared with the men, and the men pursued that. They went and fought for our people, stood up for our people in the camps. And that's the way it was a long time ago in our history. And so today the men are standing up, the women are standing up too. We have to, otherwise we do not survive. And we keep following other laws, the BIA, what happened there. It is time that we keep standing together and helping each other, men and women, working together and supporting our men on what process, what they're talking about. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
south side is going to share some ideas. Okay, start.
I come from the Oceti and I just wanted to say thank you for Indian Collective for bringing the Leon to the forefront. And I think sometimes we have forgotten this, and it's, sorry, I'm nervous. It's the woman's job to remind you. My grandma talked about this, and she said there's going to come a time when the woman has to come forth and remind our men, because we have a connection to Uchimaka, and this involves her Monday, her heart. And in our ceremonies, we have not forgotten this. It's the Leon who prepares the spiritual food. It's the Leon that makes those offerings for our family. Why? Because we hold our own power. We have our own medicine. That's why we were asked to do these things, because we can, my grandma used to say, watch your thoughts, watch your feelings, because you can make things happen when you're Leon. You can make things happen. We have that connection, and we're able to do this. So I'm really thankful that he brought that up, because the women need to be sitting at the table, because we're talking about her. We're talking about her, and she holds that power. She holds the power. If all our generations are to survive, that's her. And that we need to be mindful of that. This is our duty. She entrusted the Oceti Sakowin with the duty to protect her heart. And we need to be mindful of that. And I'm really grateful that they brought in the spiritual side, because this is how we did things a long time ago. Our men, when they went into war, they didn't just ride into war, they made sure they incorporated that part. That spiritual part, that advice, because they do know everything. They were always consulted. You always did things that way before you made any major decisions that affected your people. So I just wanted to share that, and these women's societies need to come back. My Uchi was Alice Warhorns, and she came from the War Club Society. So these things need to be brought back to the table, and the women need to be able to have a voice.
Okay. Do you have any more ladies on the top? Come on, the north side, on the south side. Okay. Come on over. There's a couple of ladies making preparations on this. And they're going to have the floor.
Good afternoon. I come from the Blue Horse owner family and the He-Dog, He-Dog family. And my name is Corey Gray. And I sit here thinking about all the words that have been said. There's one thing, it might get you mad, but there's one thing you guys need to know, that the women should come first. We brought the buffalo, the chanupa. This little girl said about me, my kakoja. You should have had her up there and pray. You know, honey, I remember those things. I remember those things because we come from a woman, each and every one of us. And I'm really glad that, you know, we say we want our land back. We do. For many, many years, the people say, and I said it myself, when I get my black hills. When I get my black hills, what is it, the money or the land? You know, I was a little girl when I heard that. Don't you have black hills to live there? So it's all about you. And up to this day, I'm wondering, are we going to ever get it back? Are we going to work on it? We've been working on it for years and years and years. And when we talk about treaty, I wanted to bring that up to you guys. In that treaty, it says, the first thing that said was, punish the white man by hanging the natives. And that really made me think. I went to a presidential election back at home. I brought that up. I said, how can we change that? Because they're still hating us up to this day. They're still hating us. And they punish the Washitis. Sorry. But that's my thought. How do we change these things? How do we fight? Because we're continually fighting and fighting. And like Mr. Mean said, we went to Switzerland. And it was really something for Mr. Jerry, one brother, his wife, my cousin, my niece and I. And there's a whole bunch of Makotas over there, different kind of people. And we talked about our ceremonial rights, that we still exist up in Switzerland at the United Nations. And it was really something. I was just amazed at how they had we could talk, but only to the point. And that was that. We couldn't continue on why we had our ceremonial. Us women, in Oklahoma, we did our womanhood ceremony. We started that. My niece here, Tanya, my daughter, Dana Tracy with her, were the first ones. We brought it back. Now I'm hoping it continue on and on and on. But I'm up there in age also. I'm really up there. Wow, I'm way up there now. But that's how we are. We like to talk. We don't take everything seriously and also these jokes. But thank you for listening. And long happy.
All right, thank you. Anybody? Any? Okay. That's my first here. Oh, that one's over.
Next to call Tony, I wanted to say, we should protect the Black Hills so we can swim and drink the water.
Yeah. Are you done? Okay. Go.
Hello? Hamida Kepi. I wanted to say a few things just about this role, and I think it's been really hard for me because I think there's a lot of confusion. There's just really a lot of confusion around women's role, and especially in settings like this. I apologize for speaking out because I always feel like I don't really have the right to talk, and it's just part of the, I think it's part of the colonial kind of, I don't think it's our way because the people who I think about, it wasn't the Yapaha who fired me up to fight for the Black Hills, it was Nellie Redall. And she was a traditional dancer, I was a traditional dancer. She'd get out there and she would dance, and she'd dance an old dance that we have, and she would just was so strong and so proud. And I wasn't related to her, but I was from this, like growing up in the same community, and she would speak her mind, and she was really vocal about the Black Hills and about our ways. And I think that, there's a real disconnect in my mind because there were people like her, and then like I don't understand because of the, I guess when I would go to treaty meetings and once in a while there would be a grandma that would stand up like Rhea Randall or somebody, and it would be just few and far between. And I think like the, one of my Dewey's from Peju Tahaka gave me some things to think about, and what she's saying is that that there were societies, there were women's societies, and they were Itantrawiya, and that part of us, and I think Lexi Ivan talked about it, that they were the first ones that the government came after. And so there's a real imbalance for how we think about what our role is, and that the white influence has been real prevalent. And I've talked about whenever I was in college a little bit. When I was in college, I studied our traditional governance systems. And my question was, does Teoshpaye governance systems, Lakota traditional Teoshpaye, still have an influence on IRA district governments? I studied that, and I went to Dartmouth College. And the way that I studied it was I read the books on it, but then I went to the elders and I spoke to them and asked them questions. And Johnson, Holy Rock, Royal Bull Bear, I spoke to Elgin Baboon, I spoke to Lexi, Rick Two Dogs, and a lot of mostly male. I talked to Floyd Hand, and I asked them different questions about, is the Teoshpaye still alive? And I think it was a couple, I think a few of them. Virgil Killstraight was the main one. He said that the women are the ones who are in charge because they own the house, they own the tiwahe, and that they have, the men had a role, an important role as Itantra, but they always had to come home and eat. And they didn't want to come home and be on the bad side of their wife or their significant other. They didn't want to upset them. And so really they took direction, they took the, just like Dewey was saying here, they took the direction from the Liam, that they always had to go home at night. And I think about that because in the modern day, it seems like it's confusing, but it's also something that is still in place. But my question back then, it was almost 30 years ago in college, do the Teoshpaye still have an influence on the districts or the IRA government? Back then it was yes. And the reason that I said yes is because I talked to the IRA governments, the representatives on federal council, and I asked them different questions. And they would always say they would go back to or not all of them, but I only interviewed 2, and they both said I have to take certain questions, not all of them, but certain questions I have to go back to the Itantra of the Teoshpayes. And those were in the realm of the sacred, of the cultural, of alcohol. That was one of the things that Lala Fusco was really strict about back then, is that, I guess it wasn't just him, it was all of the Itantra were strict about the legalization of alcohol. And so how does that, how do we get back to that? Because I don't know, I haven't gone back and really studied and seen it. I know that we've lost a lot of people, we've lost a lot of elders, but we still have so much. I work with a lot of different tribes, and a lot of them don't have what we have in this room. A lot of them don't have people who are doing the everyday stuff to make sure that we have Takoja who stand up and say things in honor and in relationship with the Black Hills. Like we don't have, we have a lot, but then we could be doing more. And so that's the question, is how do we do more, and how do we make sure that we're more, I guess, intentional and explicit about recognizing, because there have been people who've carried on these societies, but they're underground. And how do we recognize them and encourage them to be a part of these kinds of circles, especially this one? Because and I don't want to say this in a disrespectful way, but I've been, I think I'm 53 or 54. I think I'm 53, and we have to. I just have a really strong understanding in my own gut that we have a whole bunch of people who are working on this sort of like in spite of ourselves, like we're at odds with each other, but they have a lot of teachings, a lot of understandings, and I don't know how to, I don't know the answer, but I know that we all have work to do in our own tiwahes and our own teoshpayes to understand. I mean, even me, I have questions. I have a teoshpaye. We don't have an organization right now. We're like, my dad lives on the Tiwa, or the Fireheart lands in Standing Rock, and he's a chief, and that's where we're from. But we haven't had an active teoshpaye in a while, where we know where we come from, but is it active or not? And I think all of us, some people really do have that understanding, and that's what I got when I did that study, was that some people absolutely have been continuing those ways, have been talking and organizing, and what they said was that the language was one big side, where the teoshpayes were still influential, but also the other thing that was important was how much they had a spokesperson, not necessarily a leader, but somebody that folks could talk to. And so I think some of the work we have is to figure this out. It's not going to be, I don't think that somebody has the answer. I don't have the answer. I don't know if any of us do, but collectively, I think we keep trying, and it's easy to say, oh, it's too hard. I mean, I even have that. It's too hard. It's going to be hard. It is. It's going to be hard, but are the grandchildren worth it? Are we going to be able to think and put our grandchildren first? As a mother and as a grandmother, I know that there's a special role that I have for my people that comes from childbirth, and I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to say that anybody should give up, because it's going to be hard. It's just the work that is before us. I think we have to become more balanced. We have to really bring in, make space for how we encourage not just the women, but also the young people. And I thought about this before, is if we have these ways, but we don't have a clear way of how we name people to be leaders or teachers. I mean, I thought Harold did a good job of explaining all the different male roles. But if we don't have a way to identify those, then we have to be okay with doing it again, starting over, restoring. It's not starting over from scratch. We have a template. We don't have, we're not starting blank slate like a lot of other tribes. And I also want to just say that in closing, the ways that we have, and I've heard this a few times, the ways that we have are still intact, and we have ways to ask our ancestors, and that's really where I see the accountability for my role, is how each one of us, and when I say me, I just mean me in a way that is all of us have a role, and all of us can go to the Creator with our own understandings, but we also have to come back together and try to work out what we have to do. It's not clear. And it's especially, I think, exciting because I think that I understand it, and I think everybody here understands the important role that the people who've been fighting for this all this time, who've been gathering and moving down this path. We also have to know that we could do better, and it's not. We have to do better for our grandkids, but we have to do better in a way that is transparent and clear to everyone. So I think that's about all I was going to say.
Thank you, Jody, and thank you to all the women that spoke before me. I really appreciate the space for being able to share. Just also want to share that, I belong to two nations. I was really fortunate to be raised with both of them in the teachings and the stories from both of them. And from Northern Cheyenne and even Oglala and my Lakota side is really seeing that it was women that carried and brought our gifts to us. I know those stories. I grew up hearing those stories. And I also remember my dad always talking about men and women not being equal to each other. We're not equal to each other. That if a woman wants equal rights to a man, that she's actually taking a step backwards. And I remember, and I'm really fortunate to hear those things growing up. And even just thinking about the stories that were shared with us growing up, during Prohibition, whenever our ceremonies were outlawed and we weren't able to practice them, we lost a lot. We lost those teachings and the songs or the protocols or the things that go with that. And it took a lot to bring those things back. But I was told with our Sundance over there that when they finally, the people came together and started kind of piecing things together, and slowly they got enough together where the day came, they went out there and they were going to start, and they couldn't remember that song. There was a song that starts it, and here it was a little girl, and she remembered a song that her grandfather, who had passed away, taught her, and she shared that song, but she wasn't supposed to know that song. That was supposed to be for a man. But it was a little girl that brought it back for us to be able to carry on our ways. And I think it's really important to carry that as we go forward. And so just have a lot of gratitude for this space, and just ask that, as we leave today and we go forward thinking about what type of governance structure that we can create to reclaim our relationship to the Black Hills, the Heisapa, that we keep those things in mind about the women's roles.
Madonna Mathoyo Take Machapi na Sitango Kota Nata. Just kind of thinking of what Crystal said, wanting to share something from the perspective of a woman, of a Wiyan. I'm going to share my Lakota name with all of you. My Lakota name is Anukasawa Hopa Gozali. When I received this name, it was brought to me by a bald eagle woman spirit. And when she brought my name to me, she talked about those things that make a woman into who she is. And she talked about those things that we do for our homes, for our children, and how we keep our homes. She talked about how women have that intuition, that sixth sense, to be able to see the future and to be able to help guide the men in our own homes. And that because of that, the men got that clear guidance from their wives, from their meals, from their female relatives. And so today I want to just very shortly remind everybody, if you too, so I like to watch the bald eagle camps. And I've been watching them for a couple of years now, online. And every year, this pair of eagles, these pair of bald eagles, a mother and a father, they come back and you get to watch them. and you watch them kind of rebuild their nest together. You watch them take care of that. You watch them prep their home together. And when the female has that egg, it's not just her that takes care of that egg. It's the male too. They take turns. They take turns taking care of that egg. They take turns coming to sit and to provide the heat and the life to that egg so that their baby can be born. And from there, when the egg hatches and the chick comes, it's both of the parents that take turns in taking care of that child. They go out, they come back, they take turns bringing food back. And the same thing with protecting their home that they built together. When you see them mate, they go up into the air, and as a spiral, they start coming, falling, dropping to the earth together. And bald eagles, they mate for life. And to find that perfect one so that they don't fall to their death is amazing. So I say all of this to say, you know, to the men and for our women too, that remember it takes both of us, that it's equal. We take care of the home equally. We take care of our makanisha equally. We all provide something equally to our families. And through that, and through the strength of that, and through that growth together, it takes care of the people in a more bigger way. But thank you for allowing me to talk.
Any more? Dave.
Good afternoon, my relatives. If there's no other Wiggins that would like to speak, I'd just like to speak in their behalf. My name is Dave Archambault. I'm from Paris, France. Yeah. I'm from Fort Chase, North Dakota, born up there. But I spent a lot of time among the Pine Ridgers, very fortunate. But I have a story that I've spoken in behalf of the role of the woman that I had heard. I was very fortunate to be taken in by Lillian Tuttle, Dave Tuttle, and they were Ironclaws. And we have Ed Ironclaw taking a picture over here. That's Ed. His dad was Little Ed, they called him. And Little Ed was old man Ed Ironclaw. And when I lived with him in the 1960s, in a one-room log cabin, wood fire, no electricity, this old man Ironclaw who spoke no English. And I couldn't understand Lakota. But this family was practically nothing, adopted me. I didn't know nobody on Pine Ridge. I got sent there because I was a Oceti guy. So they said, best send him there, they'll straighten him out. So that's how I got to Pine Ridge. And then I got to know the Tuttle boys. And then they asked to check me out so I'd go back and stay with them. But it is best experience around. But I'll just say that Ed Ironclaw, in the evenings, a lot of times, kerosene lamps, they tell stories. Wood fire, they tell the stories. This is something that people, I don't know, that's how old I am. I'm 75. But this old man Ironclaw would tell stories and then they'd translate them. They'd tell me what went on. And I'll just tell you one story he said. He talked about a time when the camp was having a real hard time and they were starving to death. It was in the winter time. And not only that happened, but then a blizzard happened on top of it so that they inundated, they couldn't get around at all and they were starving to death. literally starving. There's hardly any food left in the camp, and so they had the headmen come together of this camp and talk, and they were talking about things, but they came there at the behest of the women. The women said that they needed to get all the food they could in the camp. All that was left, whatever was left. People were starving. Children were crying. They were just starving. We were really desperate. And the women said, get all the food together and give it to our best hunters. I told us in testimony to Senator Conrad, but get the food and give it to our very best hunters. They're our only chance. And there were some that didn't want to do that because they were going to lose somebody, but yet they went by consensus, and those that wanted to give their food up gave it up, and they gave it to the hunters so that they had nourishment to go in deep snow, very hard, and go have a successful hunt and bring back some food for the whole camp. And that they did. But I just want to say that they came there when they met. He said it was at the behest of the women. The women were the ones who made the decision, a very, very hard decision. And I just want to say that, you know, they say the United States government was formed after a treaty of peace, as it was called, by the Iroquois Confederacy. And that was these 46 chiefs that would come there, Onondagas, Oneidas, Mohawks. They came together and they controlled an area. So those chiefs, they would meet periodically. They'd come together and talk over business, these men. But they called it dehorning. They wore a horn that signified their rank, like a headdress would be. And the women could dehorn them, could take that away from them if they did not act accordingly, in the right way. But those men that came, say there was 46 of them, that's like this big horseshoe here, all those men were sent there, were appointed by women. Women did it. Women raised those kids, and I understand that. That's the way our camps used to be a long time ago. Our women raised those little boys and the little girls, but they saw which ones had the best qualities. And they let them go. Those were the headmen that came. You hear about the headmen signed the 1868 treaty. They represented the camp. Well, they represented the voice of women that put that person there. Is the way I understand it. I may be corrected, but I apologize if I don't, but that's the way I understand women. So women were very, 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 very influential, just as it was said by here a little bit ago. I would say, you know, I don't know. You know, America would be so much better if only women could vote. Hell, let the men sit down in the bleachers and let the women vote. You would have America, you would have a governing body that would be taking care of homeless people, sick people. The women would have great, great influence in it. But right now it's the men, and they have these men that we have in Congress have great influence in war. 60% of every dollar spent on toys, tanks, and stuff. So there's so much that they have to offer that the men doesn't offer. But I think if you'd ask for leadership of this thing that we're talking about, would it be so good if we could say women on each reservation or wherever that territorial land is held on the reservation, women, send your best man forward to represent you. Something like that. I think we get a pretty good leader. To have an assembly of men there that the women have confidence in. I think we'd have a pretty good, this whole thing would have a pretty good shot going forward in a good way. Not that it isn't now. I think this is really, really something. Weezy Khan here. You know, I used to represent the Minnesota Water Rights Coalition. That was the 29 tribes that were up and down representing the watershed of the Missouri. So for 3.5 years, I would go, we would handle water rights for all these tribes. And I went to DC. We went on numerous occasions. We went with Willie Corbine, I don't know if anybody remembers him, and Dick Badmoccasin. But we'd go and ask for meetings, and we'd go sit down, and we would be sitting like, there'd be 3 of us, like up front here. We have Richard and Nick and the two other gentlemen. There's only about 3 or 4 of us sitting there, and around us, facing us, and even more people were the Sioux. They were the lawyers for EPA, BOR, BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They were all sitting there, and they were against us. We were asking things for water rights. We were asking things for WAPA. We should be sharing on. We should be getting more. We should be getting revenue and helping our tribes out. And all these people were against us. All these agencies, federal government, were hostile, and they were against us. And so it just makes me feel good. I feel we have 2 songs of encouragement. I feel so good about this because thinking back at then, and then when you think about now, you have Deb Holland, and you got Holly Montaro, who's one of the strongest women in DC. And they're all saying we have an excellent climate to move this thing forward. We have my daughter wasn't really knowledgeable about coal management and stuff like that we have, so we've got a chance to step forward in a big way. So, you know, I guess just prayers. I hope that we go together in a good way and make this thing happen. It is our responsibility. That's just true, y'all. Thank you for listening.
That's it. I agree. Hey, at this time, I'm going to ask the drum to sing a woman song. We have a woman honoring song. And I was conducted a song about South Dakota by the Billy Goodboy who made the song. I forgot the year. Anyway, so at this time, go ahead, drum group.
Hey!
deceased friend used to say, Lakota people have a song for everything. And that's right. We're going to continue on with our session here, so I think Bill's going to talk. Okay.
Which one is it?
Talking about women, was you Patita? I have my special friend to push me forward again. Jennifer Duet. She said, asked him to do a survey. So I would ask Indian Treaty Council and IRA to do a survey. I would like to volunteer these three young ladies over here to initiate the process of doing a survey to move us forward. And include Jennifer Duet at City Blue Visitor Center to start this process. Would that be okay? Any objections? As Lakota people, we to this plan, to build a plan to move our people forward. What Tosca mentioned, that we need a plan, to develop a plan, and determine what that type of plan that's going to be. Is it going to be a strategic plan, or what kind of plan is it going to be? Based on our inherent sovereignty. So that's my recommendation. If they would like to accept, thank you. Well, that's Jennifer's recommendation.
Is the survey going to provide some data to move on from the women throughout the country? That's the way I understand it. So. Next one here is Clyde. He's going to talk.
And we'll put yeah, a lot to William and Hotson. You can't wear the chief capital. I want to thank the women who's come forward and voiced their concerns. A while back, when I was growing up in Eagle Nest District, I'm Wangli, I'm half Oglala. I'm the vice president of the Sea Council Treaty Council. And in my 4th year, and I'm a vice president. So I wanted to share the energies of a woman. As a young little boy, my mother took me by my hand, and she told me in Lakota, I said, "Ina, tu tell me out there, where are we going?" And she said, let's Kushukilana Wogaka. And now Pedrutaki won't stay alone. So I followed her, and we went to a bigger log house. And inside the log house, these grandmas are all sitting there. And that log house cabin is really cool. Dirt floor, dirt on the roof. But inside it was really cool, outside it was really hot. And so I sat down on the floor next to my mom. And I really feel my latter years of life, that I went along with my mom to listen to the women's medicine of what they had. And some of the things that I remember, I want to share that today, because a lot of us, I feel it. I'm an alcohol drug counselor and also a past alcoholic. And September 12, 1985, I woke up. I woke up here in the Black Hills. And I went to Bearview to make my commitment to quit drinking. And since then, I've been sober. And I feel that a lot of us have been, we're all in recovery. We've been impacted by so much of our relatives, and that's still going on in our communities. So, one of the things I remember is that the women had that energy as collectors, like I heard one individual say. They collected, they're the ones that harvested the peruta, the medicines. And they had songs. Each one of these medicines had a song that they sang to this plant before they harvested it. And I always sense that these plants have that they can call that their medicine from Mother Earth. And it goes up to the stem, and it goes up to the top. For us to have good medicine. And you know, they were also prophesying then about the global warming was already taking place. And they were saying that the plants and herbs that even then were being affected by the change of weather, what we're going through. So, and today, you know, a lot of our plants, they get bud out and they're just ready to grow when a sudden snowstorm comes. So they have to start all over again. So the medicine gets weaker, weaker, weaker. And one of the things that I heard was a prophecy of the buffalo, that each one of the legs was an era of time for us to cook the people. That at one time, the buffalo was a healthy buffalo. And I heard one of my relatives talk about that earlier when I was up to Devil's Tower for a get together with our job. And the last leg, the buffalo standing on the last leg is really skinny. You can see his ribs, losing all his hair. And this last leg was prophesied that the women will stand up and become leaders. So in the last 20-some years now, I've seen it. I've seen women standing up and becoming leaders, even to becoming the Vice President of the United States. I really applaud Nick Tilson and Ms. Sunkala for his endeavors and all those who are helping for what direction we're going. I always wanted to flex the power of our treaty. When are we going to do something in the courts? When are we going to make the Wahiju understand how much power that this treaty holds. I'm tired of being in the back seat. I'm tired of hearing the governor giving out all these permission to these miners to come and mine our church. I want that to stop. I want this other gold mine of tourism, the amount of people, Washishi, and we have encroachment and growth of the Washishi coming into our sacred hills. And so that's a concern that I have. And so today, I'm thankful for being here today. New Year's Eve, I had a massive heart attack. And I'm happy to be here today. But I think everyone that has come and we want to give our medicines for this energy of change, this energy to regain our sacred lands. Oh, open that up on the top house.
Okay, I guess I'm going to ask Nick to come up here and do a clarification again.
No. I'm not sure what I'm clarifying, but I did want to propose. Oh, the survey. I think it's, I don't know if there was anybody's reaction to the idea of doing a survey. My only thing about surveys is, I think that we have to propose some options and ideas and then survey, because I think if we leave a survey just open-ended, then we won't get as much, we won't get as much feedback or direct feedback from something like that. And so if we can create some options for that. Everybody who works with me knows I don't like surveys, so it might not be us, but we could maybe support something like that. So that was one clarification. I think the other thing, and I wanted to, I don't know if Harold Dean Sally is still here, but some of the questions and clarifications and questions that he had from his field spot about what is the role of Evergreen Collective in this endeavor, in this effort. And I wanted to share transparency about that. That Evergreen Collective is a grassroots organization made up of indigenous people from all over North America. And I founded the organization to create impact for Native people and to invest into indigenous people's self-determination. And today, Evergreen Collective supports over 650 organizations throughout North America, and from indigenous people to Mexico, to the indigenous people in Hawaii, Guam, Puerto Rico, so-called Canada, and right here in Oceti Sakowin lands. But in addition to supporting those things, that we're headquartered right here, and so we have a responsibility to right here. And so that's why we continue to do this work and support this work as grassroots organizers. And that's the role of Indian Collective as we continue to move forward. We've, as the treaty councils have gotten more and more organized, we do our best to support their organization, to try to resource them, but also engaging folks to keep momentum going. Because the one thing I think about this issue is is that if we sit back, nothing's going to happen. And we don't have the luxury of sitting back. And so we need to keep momentum going. And I feel like that's one of the roles of Andean Collective. It's not the role of us to be involved in the governance structure. We don't even have to be involved in negotiations, because I think that there's a role of organization, but then as our Teoshpais get organized, we have roles within our Teoshpais that we must adhere to and participate in. And so it's kind of depending on what our hat is. What I can say is that this issue is important to us, and so that we continue to support whatever is the next thing that we do here, whatever is the next decision that this body decides to make to move forward. And I think there's a few ideas floating around about that. But I know that for me, the number one thing is that after you go, before the spirits, and after you ask for guidance, and after that guidance is given, you have a responsibility to go back and do the wopila, and to make commitments at that time of what you're willing to do to move this forward. For I know if we're going to continue this work in following the Wo'ope, that's the number one next thing that we have to do. Otherwise, we're not following what they said they wanted us to follow. So I know that's a responsibility that I'm willing to take on with everybody else that I volunteer over here to my left. But that's the next step. And then I think there was the energy shifted in this room today when we started talking about the role of the Winya and the women. You could feel it in this room. It shifted. And I think that's an important thing for us. It shifted in a positive way, in a powerful way. And so I think that it's really important that we acknowledge that spiritual energy and figure out what is the next step, and how do we have our next convening and our next meeting to look different. One other thing, and I know maybe there's a couple ideas, I don't know if Crystal, you want to propose some of the ideas that you sent to me over text. They wasn't supposed to tell everybody, but is this idea, I think this is actually simpler than we think it is. I texted a few of the Lekshis in here, and some of my female relatives in here too, about just putting these ideas down of what a Hisapa Makoche, a Kolakiche would look like and be. And it's crazy because the document we were creating before was, I don't know, it was getting long. But I was able to write these ideas down in about one page on the phone when we were sitting here. And there's something simplistic about it. And so I think putting that concept together and that idea together as a baseline, idea might be a good next step, or to have that conversation at our next meeting. So, but I think that the other thing is that, I don't know if you want to speak to this, Crystal, but we did reach out to Lekshi Orville Looking Horse, and Lekshi Orville is supportive of what's going on, what's happening here, and that I think that after that we do the Wopila, including Lekshi in future conversations, is important to us. It's important to us to do that too. And so I think there's a few protocols and spiritual things that we have to do, regardless of what we do, to make the next piece of paper. And the one thing that they said in ceremony too was that whatever the next version of this is, we have to come back. They came there and you have to bring it back to them. They want to see what's next because they want to support it. So I wanted to say that much.
Can you hear me? I have a question that would be helpful for people if you would clarify. Can you clarify what's going to happen with the former Section 17? Like, what is, we talk about, like, we went to the ceremony and we did, you know, so it would be clear to say exactly what's happening with that Section 17.
What's happening with the Section 17, I don't think anything. The Section 17 is not moving forward. Not for the Black Hills. That's one thing to be really clear. We got direction. They told us it wouldn't work that way. We're following the direction of that. And so we won't be involved in moving a Section 17 entity forward for the purpose of the Black Hills. And so I wanted to clarify. Anybody else got clarifying, since apparently that's my role?
I had a question.
I was wondering about clarification of Section 17. Could you tell us what that is?
We talked about it earlier, but what it was a concept and idea of creating an intertribal entity for the purposes of management and co-management of the Black Hills, in which different tribes could join that Section 17 entity because it would be intertribal and collectively governed. But the direction that was given with that entity was that we're not going to move forward with that. So that was the concept and idea. It's almost like the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Association, for example, is a Section 17 entity. And those entities exist because it allows there to be tribal corporate entities that don't give up their sovereign immunity rights as tribal governments. So that was the concept and idea, but we squashed it. We never signed it.
Mitakiapi Tokai Hihuniwi Imachiapi Okpawashe Ematahana Utagana Kapisha Awati. I first of all want to say that I've been to these gatherings before, and I've always wanted to share or give my peace of mind, but the previous times that I've come, I've lost either one or the other. My parents, so I was in Washington, and I became orphan, and I say that only because it's just, part of our life that we will all eventually become like that. And there's a loneliness that you feel when you become like that. You might have your other relatives, but when you lose those two relatives, it's hard to go on each day sometimes. And there's a lot of pain there with that. And when we're in pain, sometimes we might share in public. If we do, we might hurt someone by our words. And I don't mean to hurt anybody by my words today. But I just want to share that I agree with the concept of that we are being welcome, and that we do as women have to come back to who we are. We need to learn those things that were taught to our mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers about the way we conduct ourselves, and that we learn those things that we need to do that makes us strong, that revitalizes and renews our connection to Uchimaka, because that connection is innate already as women. But there are things that we do need to do that make that connection stronger. And it's a hard way. It takes time and discipline to learn those ways and to actually live by them day to day. But if we just start a small percentage of doing what we're supposed to be doing as women, we will feel that connection and will know and understand what Uchimaka is going through. And we'll be able to teach our daughters. And in doing so, they will learn how to take care of themselves, and they won't be trying to wander. And unfortunately, sometimes we take it. That is a real thing, and I was trying to speak to it, because as women, but we do need support. And just as women teach men, the men teach women too. A woman growing up, a young girl, with Chinchala, with Koshalaka, they need to have a strong male presence in their life. We need to get back to that. We need fathers in our lives to take on that role seriously and to support their daughters, their granddaughters, their nieces. Because all these things, they're our natural laws as Lakota. That's how we always lived. We need to get back to that. Because our women, even though there may be some of us that are strong, we had to come through a lot to learn how to be strong. And there are experiences in our lives that maybe we did not want to experience, but we did, and it made us stronger. So, I don't regret anything that has happened in my life. It happened for a reason. It helped me to be here today and to be able to send a message to women, our young women, that they need to come back to find themselves in this culture. Because we are the ones who make our families strong. And I support everything to do with Teospai. Ever since I heard about it back in the late 90s, that there were individuals from Oglala that had created a proposal in regards to it. I've supported it ever since the late 90s when I learned of it, because we all know that there are some things that do not work in relation to our governments today. It's like a system set up for corruption. It's a system set up for some to benefit more. We no longer need that. There needs to be a transition where the IRA work with grassroots so that all of us can benefit, because that is who we are. We live for each other, but we forgot. And that's what we need to come back to, because our families are struggling, our children are using drugs, our men are hitting our women. You know, I grew up around my father and my uncles, and I never seen that in our household. But it does exist. And at one time, the other men would police that man, and they would talk to the male relatives. And, you know, if they didn't listen, their wife and their children could be taken from them, and they weren't allowed to be married any longer to anyone if they didn't know how to behave, conduct themselves in their family in a good way. So I wanted to say that much, and that I'm thankful that there are young people educated that are wanting to come back to these ways, that want to talk to the elders and to get input. You know, it's just important that we all work together, even though we may be younger, educated, or we might be elders and have experience and wisdom. And we need to listen to our young people. They will tell us what they need just by their actions. And I just want to, you know, encourage everyone to keep attending these meetings, because it's going in a good direction. You know, I support my Asani in his endeavor. He's been supporting the Teospai ever since early 90s. So, you know, these ways, well, the traditional form of government has been around. It's always been there, and some have always followed it. Some families continue to follow the ways, but it needs to become more evident, and we really need to teach our young people and support them because they do want to know. They want to know their ways. They're crying for it. They're acting out for it. So I just want to say that much, and thank you. Catch a block, Pete.
All right, that's good. Neil, your turn.
Testing. Come and talk to me. My name is Tanya Stans, and again, my Lakota name is Oceti. And I was born and raised in Oglala, South Dakota. And my mother is Ingrid Faye Stans, One Feather. And I was fortunate to have two fathers, and So my dad is Benedict Good Buffalo. I used to go by Tanya Good Buffalo. And my stepfather, who's really my dad, my Oceti, who really got me, you know, created this passion for treaty and 7 sacred rites, you know, and my Oceti, they call him Boo. It's short for Boo Chepa. So Boo taught us ceremonial use, and we were born and raised on that. We call it the Sacred Hoop 500-mile run. So every year during summer solstice, we all go towards Bear Butte and we all run around the Black Hills, and it takes 5 days. We do a 100-mile relay for those 5 days, and so that taught us what, you know, this our origin story about the great race around the Black Hills, and it put us in touch, and it put this fire in us that we needed to protect the Black Hills and the silent nations. That, you know, when we won that great race, we weren't in human form. You know, there's an origin story about that. So they taught us that, and that's where we come out of that race as Oceti Oyate. So my grandmas, they raised me, and they taught me that. They taught me every time, we're not Lakota, or Oceti Sakowin Oyate, and don't ever forget that. So we revitalize that every year when we run around the Black Hills, and I invite all of you bring your kids, and, you know, even if you can't run, you know, and you don't want to run, or you want to walk, or you just want to watch, you know, we go to all these sacred sites around the Black Hills, and we run that great race, so we pass it on to our children and our grandchildren the way it was passed down to us, so we remember who we are, because we're Oceti Oyate before Oceti Sakowin. And they taught us that, you know, my grandmas, they do that. They taught us that plum seed game, we call it. And this plum seed game teaches us about the Oceti Sakowin, and how there was this monster, this big monster on the land, and how we all came together and we defeated that monster. And it lived by the water. It lived on this island, and it was destroying everybody. And it took all of us to come together, everybody, men, women, children, everybody, to set up those camps. And that's what scared away that beast. And it was so fast, it was so fierce, nobody could see it. It was taking everybody and everything. So that's how we come out of those origin stories, and we're taught to keep those alive so we can pass those on to our kids. So in those teachings, you know, we always talk about the great race and our obligations to the silent nations or silent relatives, and those are all what they call today animals. They don't have a voice. So a lot of us don't have voices, and we live in this world that they already prophesied about when they brought us that Chinooka, that we weren't going to have a voice, and how the women were going to be oppressed because we're coming into this world. And it is true. We do live in a hierarchy, patriarchy world. It is true. So we have to remember who we are, so we don't forget, and we don't, you know, repeat history or allow others to be oppressed. So when we talk about these waters, it's very important that we remember the water. And you know, we fight a lot for treaties, you know, which is very honorable. But I was talking earlier about that Browner versus the city of Albuquerque, and how those pueblos, which is Dead Halen, those pueblos fought for their ceremonial use with their water on the Rio Grande River. And it's crazy because we don't think that they'll stand up for us and help us and fight us, or they'll fight us, but they actually do. So the EPA turned around and sided with the pueblos, the Sleta pueblos, on ceremonial use. And you know what upheld them was that water code that they had. Each of our tribes have a water code, and it's just a basis, you know, of our sovereignty. So when the federal government deals with us, they have to look at that water code and how they're going to violate it. So that's very important that we tend to these water codes, because when we deal with the water permits, when the KXL came, the DAPO came, these companies in the Black Hills, they mine the aquifers. They get exemptions on the aquifers for water use. You know, we come from I'm Oglala, so I come out of the Crow Butte uranium battle. You know, that mine was opened in 1991, and they did it with a lot of, it was just so corrupt. They even gave them a temporary permit for 16 years. You know, that was really hard to stop and really hard to keep up with. And that was long before I got into any of this. So I've been going at this for a while, and I usually go to the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance meetings, which was the old Cowboy Indian Alliance, which is really great how they tagged up or they teamed up against these companies, these cowboys and Lakotas, you know. They fought for the Black Hills together and they won. So in those battles, they stopped Union core buying. You know, they did these big wins, and also they went to the Hell's Canyon. They won that back, and it's still ours. There was a camp out there, and we talk about the old grandmas being strong, and they were going to bomb, Honeywell was going to bomb the Hell's Canyon out by Wellsmore Station. So these grandmas and, you know, my uncles and that side of my family, they went out there and held a camp, and they all came together, a lot of our ancestors and our relatives, and they stood out with them. And you know, everybody was against them, and they defunded it. And one day, out of nowhere, that Honeywell came out of nowhere and handed these people in camp that were still there, they handed them a deed to that land claim there. So that's how they won that back. But if it wasn't for them, you know, we wouldn't be having some of these battles won. But what I want to tell you, the story about that's so great, was these little grandmas, boy, they're just little tiny grandmas, and they were out there, and these big machines were coming, and they all locked arms on that road, and they didn't want them to come through, so they stopped them from coming through. So today we deal with those permits. You know, they had their day of dealing with those permits, and they're still ongoing. They're still coming. You know, gold exploratory is still coming. You know, we go to Bear Butte a lot. You look over to the Black Hills from Bear Butte, that's that whole gold mine. There's many companies in it. The biggest company has to be Ward, and they continue to get their permits through the state process. And so these permits are either state or federal process. And then, so through the state, the SHPO, which stands for State Historic Preservation Officer, he's the one that decides on our cultural relevance to a sacred site. And so maybe he does, you know, if he thinks it's relevant, he'll send letters out to the tribes. And again, they go to the TIPO, who's the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and they go to the president. And then it's supposed to reach the people, because these people, you know, with the 1978 Religious Freedom Act and our First Amendment rights, we have access, we're supposed to be granted access to these sites. But when you actually try to go set up camp in these places, you know, you deal with these rangers or whoever comes along, and then if you want to set up a fire, you got to get a fire permit. You know, federal process, you deal with, you can camp there for like up to 2 weeks, but other than that, you really can't stay there for as long as you want. And then the other, so anyway, these permits come and they call them projects. You know, they're either gold permits, or they either come for uranium. Uranium is a nuclear, it's a radioactive material. So when they come for that, they have to go through federal process. But when you jump over on the Wyoming state line, the Wyoming state line doesn't have a federal process. They created that within themselves, so they have a state nuclear regulatory agency. So they don't even go federal anymore, because they're developed so much. There's so much that come out of that, what is that called? I want to say Carson County, or, but it's over there by Douglas.
There's a lot all through the area. It's uranium rich, so they come a lot and they set up permits. And see, these are all connected to the water. So they mine they don't really do the open pit anymore. They haven't cleaned that up. They go for underground for the aquifers. So that's their process for mining now is aquifers. See, the due process is for them to submit. They put up their permit and we're gonna mine, you know, and it's minimal cost, and then they tell, if they see fit, they'll tell the tribes. And then the tribes tell the Tippos and the presidents, but it doesn't trickle down to the people because the process isn't there. There is no social media, there's no website. We have Keeley Radio. They don't go on Keeley Radio to update. There's no notification to the people. So they're failing the people. And these people have, like us, me, you, our ceremonies, we practice them and we believe in them. And so we should be granted that right to access them on that site. It shouldn't be just open to limited amount of people. And that is, so if we want that change, we talk about dismantling and just decolonizing. You want to decolonize that TIPO code. You want to decolonize that water code. And then when the federal government comes and looks at it, you know, it's sovereign. It says ceremonial use because that's what the Pueblos did. That's what these other tribes have done. You know, I was talking to one of my cousins dealing with this Crobute uranium. And so we were trying to strengthen our water code. And so I found out that the Northern Cheyenne have one of the strongest air and water quality standards out of all the tribes. And you know, that's just the access, that's just a hop, skip, and drop, jump up there north to consult with them and call a meeting. And can you help us update and strengthen our water code so we have this to protect ourselves, so that these companies won't continue to mine upstream or in the headwaters of the aquifer. You know, the biggest thing that will make me cry is that they mine uranium. It's the first uranium mine of its kind in this country on Turtle Island, and it's acid leach uranium. I was trying not to cry, but from what the scientists told us, they told us that every time, whatever touches that aquifer from here on out, because they're mining with acid, it's gonna keep creating, it's gonna, how do you call that? It's gonna keep toxic, it keeps itself toxic. So like, it keeps, air touches it and it keeps multiplying, it'll keep producing acid. Water touches it, it's gonna keep producing acid. You know, you go to what they call Devil's Tower today, and you look 10 miles east, there's those 3 buttes there. That mine is right there at the headwaters of the Little Missouri. And so you look at all these creeks where they're mining and where they set up these permits. You know, it's like that, like at little headwaters, and then you go upstream, and you go, I mean, even into the Black Hills up here, on top, you know, you can, we like to go over to that Devil's Bathtub, we call it, and right on top of there, that Devil's Bathtub is really sacred place, really holy place. I don't know if you've ever been there, but you gotta go there. Go look at it. It's a walk in there. You can't access it through wheelchair. You have to walk in there. But right on top of there, that's where Wharf and all those mining companies have destroyed, and it's visible from space. If they look, it's desolate. It's like a desert. So these companies have come, and that's what I would like to get attended to, was these permits. Okay. Okay. All right. So I wish we would have our own, facilitate our own team, you know, to stop these permits from coming. Because, you know, they all go back into our faucets. They all go into our ceremonies. That water is not, I mean, the only way now is like, what do? Filter our water and put them into ceremony. We go gather rocks, and you know, our ceremonies are being desecrated like that. You know, the willows, everything that we utilize our ceremonies for. That church, you know, and so that's the reality. So if we want to change, you know, I understand treaty, I understand this, but when the federal government deals with permits, they go to the TIPO, and that's where we need to change our process and deal with protecting ourselves and future generations. So thank you, I gotta wrap up, but if you have any questions, just reach out and we'll keep going, but we always put out notifications ourselves and try to inform the people so they can get involved. The intervener process is very important. You don't have to be a lawyer to intervene. So they set up those permits, then if you object to them, then it carries them into a hearing and you become an intervener. That's when you submit your evidence about ceremonial use, about air, water, quality standard, and then you submit your witnesses and your expert witnesses. And I didn't learn that until you go enough to these hearings and see how they take away our rights and the permit processes. So thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Okay, I'd like to make a couple of announcements. We've got 2 speakers left. We're going to ask them to shorten their presentation. Then we're going to move into what is next steps. And then we'll wrap it up. So, Bryce.
This is an update from the Wapawa store on the Good River Reservation. 3 years ago, we had a meeting at the Veterans Center. We had a map of 1978 judicially established treaty lands for us. And what Tanya was talking about is an 1851 treaty territory. That last year we were told unity was supposed to unite Mozilla and that we have a document here called the Oceti Constitution of the Oceti Oyate and Oceti Sakowin. And there it has an intrinsic council, and it's made up of elders with a Jewish flag. So if we can get the 7 Ospires at the teach one, get all the elders, they'll have authority in the 1851 treaty. And one coaching the talk was recognizing that 78 judicially established map. Then we had over here the 1889 Act that the IRA is under. So we had 2 maps on the wall. IRA government, and then this Oceti Oyate, who we are, coaching. So we have say in all these things we're doing in the extractive industry. So it's critical now. We've got signatures here on the Constitution. There's only 17 pages, and that map goes with it. But if we want to unite, then you can have a ceremony about this. This is old country. A lot of them, there's protocols and orientation set up, which is written down now. And we have copies of that, of protocols and orientation. Now, the full-blood fluent speakers understand this, but if you look behind you, Tacojas, it's really for them. So I'm hoping that we can unite. This is the step we're doing that, and this is what our 4 bands are trying to complete. But we're bringing this out, and we need this down, because the United Nations is a permanent forum on indigenous issues, and those 2 documents I mentioned before will have the governing representatives to push these issues at the United Nations and get our seat there, and possibly the next president, if we believe that. Because they said that there's going to be a president that's going to give our land back. Not keep fighting. It depends if we unite. But we need to unite. So this is a more presentation. I hate to throw this out at you, but I'm hoping that you know that we're seeking a legal representation now of our 51 treaty territories and relying on the elders on Ha'apinama.
It's here. Ha'apinama. My name is Cody Russell, the Vice Chairman of the Lower Blue Sioux Tribe. We bring a delegation here this morning to show support. We also want to let you know that the Tribal Council is unanimously in support of this maneuver. And there's going to be some pretty good things that are going to be coming out. I want to talk about that section 17 a little bit. That came across our table down there in Lower Blue in regards to the tribal farm. And we found some faults there also, so we did with Nixon and we squashed it. So it no longer exists. There's 7 of us here today. You heard Mr. Goodface talk. What he said was, what I just got done to say, we are unanimously in support of this move. Clyde also is part of the Lower Blue. We had Alvin Grasser, we got Stephanie. She is on the Tribal Council. We have Janice, she represents treaty government and the treaty office. And then we have Enos on the end. He's a good man. So anyway, to cut it short, I'll give Stephanie a turn to talk a little bit here, but we're going to let you know that Lower Blue is ready to rock and roll wherever you guys are.
Again, just thank you for the opportunity. I think I mentioned before that we understood from the very beginning that this was a journey that we would take together and that it would take many forms. And after all the input and information that was shared this afternoon, we are still in support and standing with Indian Collective and all the efforts thus far. So thank you very much.
Okay, next is next steps. So Nick, back on there, rock and roll Indian style.
Help Nick out since he's been up here trying to clarify things all day. I guess I can help him a little bit. So we wanted to talk a little bit about what our commitment is and what our next steps are. So I called Argo personally whenever we first started doing this, and it was, you know, he's someone that I grew up around close to my family, and so we reached out to him after we all talked, and we wanted to make sure that we moved in that way, and that we kind of reset ourselves in that way. And so what we'll be doing after some of our other steps is that reaching back out to him and finding a good time to go to him and to be able to do things properly and to ask for that support and to take this idea to him as well and to get that guidance. And so that's one of our next steps is to do that here soon. He was really excited about this gathering but couldn't make it because he already had prior commitments and things kind of changed last minute for us, and so I called him last minute and he wasn't able to make it, but so we're excited for that next step. Also, just appreciate, I know Jennifer was watching online and she's the one that brought up the idea of a survey potentially, and I thank you for sharing that out loud. She said, anyway, what is the next step that women can be taking right now? And so maybe it's a survey. Maybe it's a women's-led meeting like this, where women are the ones that are leading that. Or maybe it's an all-women's meeting next. And so, you know, Jody and Madonna and I are committed to getting together and reaching out and seeing what some next steps could be for us. And so that'll be something that we work on here in the near future. And then next, you know, whenever we went to ceremony, you know, we wanted to go back and have our wapula, and so we'll be also doing that. And, you know, the spirits did mention and talk about, you know, questions if we had those questions. And so there's a lot that came up in today's conversation, a lot of good points brought up, a lot of good possible next steps. And so we can ask, we can take that back and ask in the future. And so we plan to do that as well after Wokua. And then lastly, we want to make sure that the momentum of this keeps going and that we're able to still continue to gather like this and continue to have this conversation, because we know that there was no final decisions made and there was no expectations of it. We just wanted to inform the people and make sure the people knew what was happening and being transparent. And so with that, we want to make sure that we do have next steps and a next meeting set for. That way we can come back together and maybe then we'll be able to get closer to what that structure looks like as we go forward together. And so I'll pass it to Nick so we can figure out what some time frames look like for our next meeting, our next gathering. Our next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, the main thing too is though I mentioned this earlier and she mentioned this now, but the Wopila, because I think for this work to continue, we're making a spiritual agreement. We're making a spiritual agreement, and we have to honor that. And so that's something that we're going to take really serious. Not to pick straws for who's going to sacrifice the most, I guess, for us to go forward. But in reality, that's what the only way is to happen. You know, that way of life. So that. And the next meeting day, most of the meetings, we set the meeting date for the next time so that people could tell their relatives. This is a hard time of the year to set a meeting because we know it's going to conflict with something we want what you. Because last I checked, there was 5,624 Sundowns in the Lakota countries. That many. But anyway, there's scads. And so I'm not sure, I'm not sure what we want to do to set a meeting, but I know that in order to maintain momentum, we haven't been going more than 2 or 3 months without a meeting, because it gives us, we make commitments in each meeting, and then we follow up on those commitments, and then we report back those commitments. And so, I'm thinking maybe if we get early June, maybe early June might be a good time to set a meeting, because it might be before all the Wivangwachis take off. And so, because I think once you get into past June 10th or 12th, then pretty much every day, every weekend. June 3rd?
Or 10th.
Is it 10th of?
Friday. Both of them are Fridays. June 3rd.
June 3rd? Is everybody open to having the next Omanichi on June 3rd? I don't know where Justin's at. That Indian agent out there anywhere? I want to make sure that the Black Hills Sioux Nation Treaty Council members and Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council, Sichangu Treaty Council members, that would work for those groups too. All right, well, the way it works with consensus is if there is no opposition, then a meeting is set for June 3rd and somewhere in the Hesapa. If you weren't contacted to attend this meeting, then come up here and make sure we have your name and your email address and your phone number and your grandma's house, wherever you stay at. Make sure we got it all so we can follow up with you. So that'll be set then June 3rd, somewhere in the Hesapa. We'll reach back up. Oh yeah, then Bryce's document, the document that he has there in front of him. What we did on lunch break is we made copies of it, and then we scanned it, and then we'll send that out to this listserv that everybody got too, so everybody could read it too, Bryce, between now and the next meeting too. So.
And President Killer said it helped set up a meeting down there in Oklahoma to meet with the elders on it too. That's what
Oh, watch it. All right, well, I think that we're getting ready to.
Hello. I just wanted to say I got comments from a lot of people before this meeting started this morning and yesterday that we need, like we have some developments that took place that you sent me that email proposing the Black Hills, what's it called, steering committee, the new entity.
Oh, the Okolikichi?
Yeah. So that one there, I think we could keep some meetings going at different reservations because a lot of people didn't hear that. And I think it's a way to introduce this whole idea, reintroduce, keep communicating. So if we could set up some meetings locally, I'm on the board there at KD Radio. And we got contact with all the other radio stations. So if you put together a schedule where you could be on certain days, we could publish that on our radio station, send it up to Standing Rock, Cheyenne River, all the others. So I just want to suggest that we keep the information flowing.
Just a couple things too. One was just a message, I don't know where Rick Two Dogs went, but he wanted to make sure that that everybody in the room knew that at the last meeting, the Black Hills Sioux Nation Treaty Council supports these endeavors, and to make sure that we relay that back to the group here. Also, Sid Tuttle from over in Santee texted and said that even with these changes and what's evolving, that they support these endeavors because we travel to a lot of places and a lot of people who aren't in the room have been watching, listening. Some people had funerals to go to and other things to go to, but we've been getting messages all day about the work that's happening here. And even in this new pivot, people really support it even more now. So just wanted to relay those messages too. So June 3rd, we'll do breakfast again at 8 somewhere. It'll be warm, and we'll make sure that we reach out to everybody. If there's anybody, these meetings aren't exclusive. So if you get the invite, you can invite other people. No matter how big your family is. It's weird to say that. Maybe not all of them. Well, one last, just before we close up too, one last house call. We wanted to make sure that no elders and nobody is stranded. We want to make sure that people are taken care of. So we created a process for that. We have some gas money, set aside for anybody. Most of the ones who told us that they needed it, we've been working with them throughout the day, getting it set up. But we don't want a situation where we have a meeting like this and come together and people are stranded. So we'll take care of the Oyate as we come together. And so you can see my Hankashi breed. She has that box over there, but she might need a couple of security guards around there.
Okay, here's what's going to happen with the wrap-up. Before I describe what we're going to do, I'd just like to apologize to the final speakers here. I had to make you cut your speeches down, but it's due to doing my job. We had to do that and also have a prayer, but so if Ivan will make his way up here, we'll have him say the closing prayer, and in the meantime, we want everybody inside these tables, because we're going to shake hands while they're singing and encouraging song.
We'll be muting audio for the prayer.
Put your papers away, packing it up, putting your briefcases, and we're going to start to shut down our meeting as humbly as we can, in a good way, because we're going to have a prayer and turn it over to Ivan here, and he can also comment before he prays.
We did a good job here today with the organizers, and then also more meetings to come yet, and more organizing and getting together, and more meetings. We need to get everybody involved in all the tribes. So just keep making your way inside and here. Levi, you can stay in your place right there. We'll reach across the table and shake your hand. So, yeah. The elders that are sitting in a chair out there, you could just stay seated right there. We'll shake your hand. It's okay. Yeah. You can stay right there. Well, all the other people are here in the middle here. So you can have a prayer. And singers get a song ready. Whenever I get into prayer, I want to sing a song for us to shake our hands, and we'll see each other again. And I sure enjoy the company of all of you guys when you come meet out here. There's a lot of relatives that are not here anymore because they made their journey. We'll pray for them. And you two at the door, the ones out there, just come on in here. We need you all to come in here inside of here. This is the Oceti Sakowin. You gotta be able to shake each other's hand. Even though you don't agree on things, you got to shake each other's hand again, because your input is very important. And and I think we all get along together and we make the next meeting a lot better. And we include each other, inclusive. That's very, very awesome. And also, some of you know the song that I'm going to sing. It's Utah song, because it's medicine that was given here today for the women nation, and then also from the young child. And I know it was a good feeling for all of that to happen. So I'm going to sing this song, and if you know it, sing with me, because this is a good song, and I want to enjoy today. And the singer will sing a good song for us to shake hands on. Well, I think we got almost everybody in here. Wait for Ed here. We're gonna say a prayer for the two-legged, the four-legged, and the bull-legged. That's Ed right there. Good guy. Okay, I will say a prayer now.